Cookie Buster.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Model Affliction Monday. Have we got a good one for you today? Model Affliction is running rampant, and it's come at the right time, really, because we've started doing the science. Science said something about water, like you cannot have a globe if water forms a plane, and we pointed out, like we always have, that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. As are there many tools that establish horizontal planes. Then we went out and observed a natural phenomena which probably you could be calling the true horizon, which is defined as being horizontal. Straight line, horizontal plane. Pretty obvious to see. And we've just checked my Twitter and found that there's a guy on, I don't know if many people know of this guy, McToon. It's a Scottish guy, like a cartoon. There's a lot of cartoon characters around. Well, this one's a Scottish cartoon character. Doesn't sound very Scottish. And he says, well, I'm best get the actual one from Twitter as well, hadn't I? Save photo. So this guy here, McToon, says, I understand the Flurf reset is real. I don't know what the Flurf reset is. I think it might be a conspiracy theory. The new Flurf order or something like that. For you. So I include here the definition of flat earther and how it applies to you, says McToon. Right? Let me just get back to this. And oh, that's not it. So here it is. This one here. Yeah. There you go. It says flat Earth. Now I say flat is like as close as you can get to a two-dimensional thing. So any elevation change obviously means it's not flat. I have very simple terms. So flat is something that's as close as you can get to 2D. So McToon says, flat Earth, the idea that the Earth as a whole, excluding topography, is generally a flat plane. A plane is a two-dimensional thing in geometry. I'm not aware of there needing to be an extra qualifier, as in flat. But, I mean, flat plane. I thought that was Nathan Oakley, but it appears that McToon's took it on, so I'm not too sure who's wrote this definition. That doesn't sound... it's a definition at all. It says, this includes these ideas. The Earth is an infinite plane. Planes are infinite. Geometrically. All horizontals are parallel. That's us. That's me. And mathematicians and surveyors. And the surface of undisturbed water is flat. It might mean that water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. And other ideas that have similar implications. Well, if that isn't vague for you, but it appears that McToon is trying to cast I don't know what. Is cast aspersions upon just about everybody. I don't know who that wouldn't apply to. Anybody got any comments upon that? I mean, does anybody here now apply to this group that McToon has sort of decided he's going to label everybody? I know I'm definitely in that group now. I mean, horizontals being parallel.
I think this is mockery because below this is written flat plane. C definition for flat Earth. So he is referring to himself. It's like point one in boss is always right. Point two, if boss is not right, see point one. So this is that kind of definition, self-explanatory definition. This is mockery for me.
Yeah, he's put flat Earth. The idea that the Earth as a whole, excluding topography, is generally a flat plane. Flat plane. See definition for flat Earth. So I don't know. Well, like I do. The people that use flat plane, I've been saying for quite a while, it's ridiculous. Whoever does that? Why would anybody put an extra qualifier on a plane? You'd have to assume that people don't know what a plane is in order to put an extra qualifier on it. So now it appears that McToon, the cartoon guy, is now saying that he can define a flat earther for somebody who has flat plane. Not me. But he's going to tag in loads of other things as well. But this is...
he's excluding the very thing... Sorry. He's excluding the very thing that what Earth is. It is topography. That's crazy.
Yeah, and then it goes to water. Well, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. And all horizontals are parallel. So I'm guessing he's taken all mathematics teachers that ever teach any mathematics subjects that have all of the x-axis parallel. Anybody that does an elevation profile with a straight horizontal x-axis and measure verticals on it, which is every elevation profile ever done, apart from the blue marble science ones and the, you know, globe science elevation profiles. But I mean, we can discount them for being fucking ridiculous. And now it appears that McToon here, genius, wants to add I don't know, millions, billions of people into the mix. I mean, I'm not too sure how well it's going to be threatening people, asking them if they think horizontals are parallel and them saying yes, and then saying, oh, you're a flat earther. You best change your mind. Because I'm not too sure how many people will do that. I wouldn't. I would like to point out here, though, that this definition that McToon has given us is McToon's definition. It's nobody else's. It's just his definition. Yes, Adam, you're right. McToon is a scumbag. But he's a scumbag that's making millions, billions of flat earthers. He just assumes everybody else will be like him and say that horizontals can't be parallel. I'll go over the reason why he's doing this at the minute, why he's adding it to flat earth, because there is a massive problem for the globe model. It's one of the biggest crises they've ever had. It's awful. It's called the horizontal paradox. And the reason McToons is doing this, he's going on the offensive, is because he realises that you saying that there is a horizontal plane at all goes against the globe model. It's Model Affliction Monday. Do you reckon there'll be any model afflicted people coming in today to explain the horizontal paradox and how that works on their model? How they can't have horizontals? I think not. I'll try my best to explain it today, though. So we've just realised that McToon has opened up the definition of flat earther. I think everybody here didn't realise they were flat earthers before. We've been saying it's obviously not flat. How the fuck can we be flat earthers? But McToon's just told us, if you think horizontals are parallel, which means, well, I'll go over that in a minute. That means you're a flat earther. Or anything with similar implications, he says. What could that be? Anything with similar implications? I'd say Euclidean geometry. Thinking that perpendicular is two straight lines. Thinking that triangles only have 180 degrees. And thinking that straight lines aren't circles. I think those are implications that are very dire for the globe model.
Not only, but also, for example, if you are a moon landing denier, you are also flat earther.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if you question the globe in any way, also a flat earther. If you have any questions, I mean, like one of the best ones is to think that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, because that one sorts it really quickly. You get called a flat earther, especially around these parts. I mean, it's a natural known fact to most people that water does that, establishes a horizontal plane, right? With no slope. That's what horizontal is. In reality, you establish a horizontal plane and then you determine how much slope you want to, in which direction. But first off, you need to establish that horizontal plane to know where the slope's going to be. Now, if you do that on the globe model, well, you can't. You can't have the mutually exclusive, these. A horizontal plane and the globe model. Can't have both. That's why there is a horizontal paradox. Only on the globe model. It doesn't exist in reality, obviously, the horizontal paradox, because in reality, horizontals are all parallel. So, I've been writing a page on the website today, so see if I can take you there.
Can I call you a flat earther, Bev?
Pardon? You're very low.
Can I call you a flat earther?
Everybody calls me a flat earther.
Cool.
The Earth's not flat. It's one of the biggest misnomers around. But you want to play the game with McToon? Be my guest.
Why do you feel you need a label?
I just think of Bev as more of a contrarian and double checking what anyone says about anything. I didn't really know that he had a stand on anything. I thought the whole point of his show is just to keep everyone from spouting crap.
No, but are you only interested in what Bev thinks?
No, I didn't know you were here. You weren't talking. I'm sorry.
There's lots of people in here, and there are lots of people that don't agree with the tag flat earth or the term flat earther.
I think of Bev as Bev.
Yeah.
All day, every day.
So I'm right. He's not a flat earther.
No,
he's Bev.
Nobody's a flat earther.
I think of myself as a flat earther.
Good for
yeah,
you.
I think of you as a flat earther as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good job.
Right.
I've done my chore then, right? I'm just trying to make sure we exist because there is no community. So the individuals have to stand up. I will admit, I spent a lot of time in GEMS yesterday, and the flat earthers are completely retarded. Absolutely cannot communicate, and even if they have a point to make, and even if it's valid, they don't listen. They keep repeating themselves and don't listen. And in that forum, there's a small amount of insanity um, on the type of flat earther that's willing to come around to fight, but not to listen to the fight. In other words, he's there to fight, but he's not there to engage. He's going to die in battle, right? Because he can't adjust. Think about it, not being able to adjust in battle. You just march forward till somebody takes you out. And that's what we're doing in those forums, flat earthers. Just blindly running into the fire.
You do realize, though, but by taking on that label, you are taking on a massive group of some of the worst people around. Right? Even some of the fake flat earthers, right? The ones that are there to make flat earth look ridiculous, right? You're taking that label on. You're perhaps contributing to it.
I'd have the same problem if I was religious. If I believed in the Bible and Jesus, I would look like all the churches. I would be attached to all the churches. I could never tell you I had an independent thought ever. So I hear you, and it's theoretically, seemingly correct, but it doesn't. Those people don't consider me an ally because I'm a truther before a flat earther.
Right, but you're trying to take on it and say dictate to a group of people that aren't accepting you.
The public or the flat earthers?
The flat earthers.
They can't accept progression. They haven't progressed in quite some time, so they're not. They're in a little comfortable gentleman's club there with Globebusters and David Weiss.
I don't think so, mate. I don't know who you've been talking to, but round here.
I know. I thought I was agreeing with you.
Globebusters and David Weiss don't come round these parts.
I thought
this is a selective group of people around here.
Oh, so who were you suggesting that I was combative with?
Well, I don't know. Round here, round these parts.
Well, I spent 2 days arguing with you that I knew what a water level was. And then I was completely set up to be ridiculed by Montreal for not understanding the properties of water while I have demonstrations on my YouTube page. So the ignorance that your panel showed me was insanity because they refused to look at anything I'd done. Nobody cared who I was. They just wanted to treat me like another shitty flat earther, and I'm not just another shitty
we don't treat people like another shitty whatever. We try and drop the model around here. We try and take people as people. That's it.
I think you're analytic, and that's why I come around. I think you're a bit long-winded, but that's part of the show, and you need to fill 3 hours, right? So that's all. I appreciate you. I don't know who that girl was who wanted me to be against something. I don't know what she was saying. She pops out of nowhere. It's not in the conversation, then disappears.
You mean you didn't listen to what I was saying?
Oh, you're the grumpy one in chat.
You haven't checked out her YouTube and know that she is part of this server? You mean you haven't done your research?
To research Try Thinking server?
That girl is the reason this place exists. Pay some respect, sir. Go do your research.
I just want to say they treat everybody equally around here, Dan.
I noticed that. That's why I'm here. So I don't know what she's attacking me for.
I wasn't attacking you. I was attacking your use of a label. Flat Earth. Do you? I mean, what label would you like? Wouldn't
of
you
course.
rather be called by your name?
No, of course, labels are dangerous because, as we know, like in libraries, the cross-referencing is so important, and that's why there's always been the what do they call that, card file, where it's done 3 ways. Once you get labeled, you're stuck. So I feel
Yeah, things can change, right? Like things can change, but Bev will always be Bev. His truth will always be what he's seeking. You can't attack, you can't do anything. You can't take that away. So that's why he doesn't want to be labeled. He doesn't want to be labeled and grouped into a group that things can change and be taken away and added to and assumed and all that. You want to know something about Bev? Ask Bev.
he was just sounding flat today. That's all. He was mentioning flat Earth instead of regular science. So I mean, instead of um,
It's
science.
Model Affliction Monday.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
we're
sorry.
going to talk about.
I'm negligent to the title today. Sorry, I didn't go to
Maybe
YouTube.
go to his YouTube and watch some of his videos.
All right. Well, I'll get better for you, so I'm a
Good deal.
better company.
Awesome.
Thanks, Dan.
I do have to give you respect though, because you did make Jem shout, although that's not difficult. But yeah, well done for making Jem shouty yesterday. It was quite amusing.
Tell me about it. What did I do? I'm sure.
Jem Panda.
What about him? You heard him sort of stumble on his words a bit.
Yeah, well, he's annoyed when he just shouts. And that's
Oh.
pretty much all he was doing yesterday, was just raising his voice.
That's what you call it, shake. He shakes.
Shouty Jem. Yeah, bless him.
The panel's not bad there, though. I'll have to admit they're very patient and even helpful. I will absolutely admit that.
I agree with that. Were you there during the Sunday roast when his panel called veterans and people who had passed away knobheads? Is that the panel you're talking about?
I hope not. No, I wasn't listening then.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the panel you're talking about, though, right?
I
It's,
just mean
This panel.
I was
they've
saying
been pretty.
that
been
Dan
pretty
is
forgiving.
exactly what they want over there. They're running short of people like Dan. Dan's just what they want. So yeah, they will be nice to you for a bit, Dan.
For a bit, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, for a bit. Jem said to me today in DM, he said, where is it? I don't know. He says, something, here. Okay, mate, sorry if I'm a bit of a meanie, is what he said.
It's part of the show. He needs it to keep the argument going round.
I got thrown out of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord the other day by Helioskeptic when he was drunk. He didn't know me. And he banned me. So I'm continuing my path of getting banned everywhere I go. It's not easy. Not easy.
Yeah, it's not a very good thing, really, is it?
It depends on what I'm discovering, because what I'm oh, I didn't tell you. Hanging out at Gems, there's these flat earthers that come about that don't have a brain in their head, and it's tragic. They just keep repeating themselves and repeating themselves, and they're there to argue, not to argue a point. They're there to argue. And granted, I can do that.
Give the Globers something to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Globers have no argument.
Right, so I'm over there fighting flat earthers to shut the fuck up and act like a human being, and they're heated, and it's difficult. Then I get heated, and then I'm amusing to everyone when I'm heated.
All the world's a stage, especially in this shit corner of the internet.
Then I say the word "play" with flat Earth, and everyone goes, "What? What do you mean you're playing with flat Earth?" And I go, well, "Everyone's playing with flat Earth. I don't know what you're talking about." It's been a game, literally a game with humanity at this point. If news is mentioning it, magazines are mentioning it, it's a nagging. The truth nags people, no matter what it is, even if they're at a subconscious level. People know what they see. They know there's no dramatic winds about them that we just don't feel. There isn't anything dramatic, and except the sky. I just want to say something nice about the sky. It is interesting, isn't it, to go outside and to look up and to know that there's realities that we're still in wonderment about.
Yeah, well, hopefully I want to get round to that.
Yeah, me too. Thanks.
Right. Well, as McToon has said, one of these, as far as I know, McToon, he's writing definitions of flat earthers. So he's got to be one of the highest level Globe Council members on what we know about McToon. He's definitely one of the most vocal. Now, McToon, if McToon says that if you think all horizontals are parallel, then you're part of flat Earth. Is he not saying that reality is flat Earth?
In that definition, most certainly.
Yeah, because all horizontals are definitely parallel. And there has to be a horizontal for there to be a name horizontal. Right? If there were no horizontals, there would be no horizontal. There would be no name of a horizontal if it did not exist. People aren't stupid. They don't give names to things that are wrong. And geometrically, it's provable that all horizontals are parallel. That's what we've been doing for quite a while, right? Down to basic logic. So as far as I can see here, like I've been saying for ages, look, the Earth is not flat, observably not flat. But a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. I only live in reality, and they've been calling me flat earther for ages. Now, they've basically admitted it. They are saying that people who just live in reality like me it's okay to point fingers at and call people flat earthers because of this.
That's an interesting route. No one's going to understand what you're saying, but I do.
Right. Well,
no one else will. No one.
Yeah, we know. We speak a different language.
Position.
Yeah.
You're in an impossible position. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're saying it's almost like I'm an illusionist, not a magician, and something like that. Where you're to them, you're still a magician, regardless of
I'm a
how
wizard.
you get.
I'm a
exactly.
fully functioning, active wizard.
Oh God! Did I set that up? Did I set that up?
No. I've been practicing for quite a while. Right. I've been writing this piece on the website on the level.live that we've had for quite a while. This is the Realizing Euclid. So on the level.live/realizing Euclid. Now, realizing Euclid is it's sort of a challenge to put people through. Mental challenge, but also in reality, right? You've got the idea is to take basic Euclidean geometric concepts and asking yourself, do they apply to reality? Do the concepts that triangles have 180 degrees, does that work in reality? Are all perpendiculars to a plane? Are they parallel in reality? Do all of these concepts apply? It's two, maybe threefold. One, in the way that you learn a little bit about geometry that you perhaps didn't know before. Two, you hopefully will understand the link between that geometry and a logical process that has been long lost. And three, hopefully you begin to realize that these tools have been taken away from you for a purpose. Because people that don't have this logical understanding of reasoning and processing are much easier to fool. And what we've found here is a little trick. Not that we play. We're sort of like, this is why I say I'm a wizard. We're white wizards. We'll show you where the tricks are. And maybe you didn't know about them. Maybe people didn't... maybe you didn't see this. As obviously most people don't. This is a magic trick that's been played on people just through pure reasoning powers, right? So, have you realized Euclid yet? Realizing Euclid is the realization that our reality is entirely Euclidean. We all live in 3D space. That isn't as complicated as some might try and make it. With simple to understand terms and bringing an introduction to logical processes, let logic and geometry guide you in the lost ways of learning that have helped so many of us realize Euclid as the missing link between logic and understanding. I was going to put knowledge in there, but that depends. That's all on you, how much you gain from all of this. What we try and do is advance simplicity. We try and break things down to the most simple we can. I'm probably going to go over this in I've wrote it down anyway, but that's the concepts of what we do here. In just about everything. When we realized people were calling other people names for saying a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, and saying, you know, horrible things about people because of that, we realized that there's a missing link somewhere. There's something gone wrong with the way people can think and act towards others without having an understanding of what it is that they're talking about. Because those of us that have used levels practically will know exactly what they do. And they do definitely establish horizontal planes, all of them. Every member of the level family does that. So what this is meant to be, the horizontal paradox, it's an introduction into how easy it is for somebody to be tricked into thinking differently than you know you should. The pure logic and reasoning powers is gone. And here's why. Hopefully. We've been over this. I've literally just wrote it today. So if there's any better ways of saying it, I apologize, and we can obviously go over it. It says, the horizontal paradox, brackets, globe model only exists on the globe model, right? So don't be threatened if you don't see the paradox. Then you're obviously not thinking of the globe model, thinking of reality, and that's fine. It's okay. Even what McToon says doesn't matter. He says, obviously, horizontal planes exist in reality. So why do some people get so upset at hearing that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane? Finding these people has led us to realize that simplifying everything down to its most basic understandable form and building up from there, taking the first principles approach to even the most simple task, is what we call advanced simplicity. And it's how we assure ourselves that we fully understand what it is that we are speaking of. The horizontal paradox is an ideal example, and it goes like this. A plane is a geometric concept that is 2D. That means it has only two dimensions, length and breadth. It has no edges and therefore is infinite. A plane is well defined and understood as the base for understanding geometry within the foundations of our learning process. But But have we ever really thought about such simple things at the basis of our own thought processes? I'll add a bit in here that like a circle and a triangle and a square, they only exist on 2D. If you tilt one of the corners down or bend the circle a bit, it's not a circle. They only exist on the 2D, which is a plane.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
Can you prove to me that we are in physical space, that there is a physical reality? In other words, is there any proof of that, or should I just
logic?
assume it?
You can only do logic with real things. So,
Because that's
seeing as
more.
proof comes through logic, yeah, you can only do things.
Okay, so let's go further then, because we can do this, right? So,
can we do that? Can we do that in a bit? Well, I've not actually. I'm midway through explaining the horizontal paradox.
Okay, go ahead. Is what Monday is it? What kind of Monday?
Model Affliction Monday.
Thank you.
Okay. There are proofs within geometry that can give you an understanding of these basics. But what's important is that you know that they are there for you to find. The picture to the right is a page. It is a page from a book called The Elements. It is a series of proofs and theorems that let us know how to find truth. Prove things. This one proposition, along with all of the others preceding it, right? That's how Euclid's works. Everything follows proof on proof on proof on proof, right from the beginning. Axiomatic system. Actual proofs. Now, it says this one proposition, along with all of the others, lets us know that all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Knowing this may cause cognitive pain at some point if a contradiction is pointed out. Now, I'll just go back to the proposition here. Oh, the proposition 6 states, if two straight lines be at right angles to the same plane, they shall be parallel to one another. Okay, so the proof is within book 11 in Euclid, which is 3D, solid geometry, not on a plane. It's talking about perpendiculars to a plane. And it's a geometric proof stating that if two perpendiculars to that plane, they will be parallel. Okay, got it? That's the geometric proof. Here comes the paradox for the model afflicted. If that plane is horizontal, and you have two perpendiculars to that plane, those perpendiculars will be called vertical. And geometrically, provably, they would be parallel. Two verticals to a horizontal plane will be parallel. No matter how many perpendiculars you have to that horizontal plane, they will be parallel. Now, only the model afflicted will know this about verticals on the model, because everybody that lives in reality is quite well aware that all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. All verticals happen to be parallel. So there's the paradox. Now, who knew that? Did you know that on the globe model, geometrically, it's not possible for them to have a horizontal plane? Which will they give up? Which would anybody give up? It's ancient fact. FE Realities telling us in the chat that the ancient fact that all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. And if that plane is horizontal, then all the perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel. I mean, I don't know where most people find their proofs. So it says, I'll carry on. Where did I get to? What was it? This one proposition, along with all of the others preceding it, let us know that all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Knowing this may cause cognitive pain at some point if a contradiction is pointed out. Here's the contradiction. For some people, placing this plane in the horizontal position becomes a problem for the reasons stated above. Verticals being parallel is a big problem. The horizontal paradox is simply only a paradox when a model is introduced. And once introduced, how do you resolve the contradiction? How would you resolve a contradiction? How can you resolve the contradiction? Welcome to Advanced Simplicity and On the Level Thinking. Okay, everybody's free to discuss. Bring your models into the equation. Tell us whether you think it's a paradox or not. Could we explain it any better? I don't think we need to draw a ball or anything. Don't think it needs it. Have I silenced everybody? Is that... Do you like it? Called the horizontal paradox. Should there be paradoxes in reality? Do you reckon there is such a thing as a paradox in reality? A contradiction? How do you have a horizontal plane when you can't have a horizontal plane? How do you resolve a paradox? The one that I've noticed most recently is you just say it's not a paradox. It is a massive problem for the globe model. And I've never seen anybody even attempt to resolve it. But they know there's a problem, obviously, because they keep calling people flat earthers when if they say horizontals are parallel. Why do they do that? Well, it's because there's geometric proofs that go along with it. So, I mean, who's going to be wanting to go against geometric proofs? Adam, are you saying horizontal level isn't parallel? I don't know what that means. They are. All horizontals are provably parallel. Perpendicular. Level and plumb are perpendicular too. Makes them parallel. the reality denial group has said, try thinking, it's not a paradox just because you can't comprehend it or don't care to do anything to test your claims. I've got a claim that level is horizontal. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Yeah, prove it. I can. I have a claim that all horizontals are parallel. Can I prove it? Yes. Very easily provable. Can I prove that the globe doesn't have an argument? I could probably do that. I could probably get around to doing that. Could I prove that there is no proof for the globe model? Could probably do that. Because I've never seen a globe proof yet. Although we'll be going over that tomorrow. I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, the globe logicians are coming out in force. I'm surprised none of them are here tonight to try and put up their case for the globe. We've just sent a few into the chat. Mike says there's no paradoxes in reality, and I'd agree with him. I can't see how you could have a paradox in reality.
They cannot exist, these paradoxes, because the innate nature of paradox is that it cannot work. So we would have things in nature that cannot work. And it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Contradictions can't occur because these statements, as we call them within logic, are of either a yes or no. They're what we call binary. They exclude the middle. There is only on and off. There's only two choices, and you cannot make a statement unless it is formed that way. And you can't make logic without statements. They're a necessity. They follow along with each other. It's a basic form of reasoning, and that's how we end up with definitive answers for things. The globe doesn't have any of that. See, Dan's gone. Everybody's gone. What's happened? Everybody left. Has everybody got upset with us because we're doing the...
I didn't leave. I'm just really busy with this motor.
No problem. Well,
I chose a really rubbish moment to make tea, obviously.
There is no difference. Reality is reality. It's just happens that we've hit upon a group of people that are fanatics. We know that they have no proof, but I do. Mine is mathematical, it's logical, it's a geometric proof. Some people don't have that. They don't have that foundation of logic. We are going to be moving into this progression of one realizing that these fallacies exist within the call it debate, bunny ears, not debate, within the conversation that we have. There is ways of us progressing to move forward, and most of the time that occurs when we go backwards. We go to the foundations of finding out how we know what we know and learning on those basics. And that, more often than not, leads to a greater understanding and more ability to progress further. So regressing into the foundations of learning is what I think we should be doing, and I think is where we are going to be going. But in order to do that, we need things like this, the horizontal paradox, to be able to show people where the contradictions are, because most people don't even understand this. Yeah, come into Discord if anybody wants to post anything. That's what we do. I don't know whether you'll be able to get it in the YouTube. I can't do any modding for anything like that at the minute. There's a lot of people who get upset at us talking about these basics and the basic understanding of things. We don't do it for ourselves. We do it for people that aren't aware of this. The advanced simplicity has shown us that the argument can be as simple as a horizontal plane existing. That's it. Can you prove that a horizontal plane exists? Well, there are tools that do establish horizontal planes. Then all you have to do is ask somebody who's obviously a fanatic in the globe model and ask them, can they establish a horizontal plane? And what would that what would that mean for it geometrically on their model? Get some funny answers. What we can show is how to find the proof, the geometric proof, and the understanding of how that works. What I've yet to see is anybody give us any valid explanation for the globe side, any method of how they do what they claim they can do, or any reason, logical reason why level shouldn't be horizontal. They can't do it. There is no argument coming from the other side, from the globe side. I'm not a flat earther. I'm just pointing out that the globe has no argument, and the people that do attempt to argue for the globe aren't arguing. They're not making an argument. They're just being sophists, tricking people, diverting conversations, reversing conversations, and then turning it around on other people. Well, we are hopefully going to be learning a bit more. So, has anybody got anything to say about the horizontal paradox, or will everybody just be able to forget about this geometric understanding? And do you reckon there is a group of people that have been hounding us for ages that won't be able to come and talk about this at all? They'll be purposely keeping away. I noticed that Dan seems to have disappeared. What is up says you can't demonstrate in reality a horizontal plane. Yeah, you can. There's tools for establishing horizontal planes. What is up? I don't know what you're talking about.
And by the way, line of horizon is horizontal. So based on that line, you can create or establish a horizontal plane also. So no problem.
Yeah, we was talking today that the horizontal is the totality of the horizon. So the plane, horizontal, is a plane being parallel to the horizon. I mean, that's pretty obvious. Now we did go out filming the other day. I don't know if anybody got a chance to see it. The Fata Morgana.
Yeah, it looked great.
Yeah. Well,
It was a cool video.
would that not be a natural phenomena, like we said? If we're going to go into the realms of science.
Yes.
Right. Now, could you say from that the Fata Morgana band was parallel to the plane of the horizon? Was it a straight line? For one, I'd say it was a straight line, and it can only be formed by fluids separating in horizontal bands. That's the only way that effect can occur.
Whenever I see that band, I always think of Travis, Ether Band. But I know you've done that same observation, and on one of them, it was almost like that band was thicker, like taller.
Yeah.
Like in your original, remember your original like picture you had of that sunset? That's your icon.
Yeah,
It
yeah. The
almost seems like
first
it
Fata
was
Morgana.
fatter, yeah, like a thicker band where you can see more, whereas this time it seemed more like a thinner band.
Yeah, well, we were higher up with this one. That first one, we were literally on the beach.
Right.
Not only the horizon, how about the Atmos? Look at all those beautiful horizontals there.
Uh-huh.
I noticed that right away. I go, wow, look at that. There's no curves, gentlemen and ladies.
Well, like I would say, if we were talking natural phenomena, then we observed it, and I could very easily say that is the result of horizontal banding causing a duct. Like, I don't know whether you know much about the duct effect that causes these sort of things, but in order for that to occur, I would say a horizontal banding needs to be across that, which means fluids are either at different densities or different temperatures or whatever, but that's what's needed in order to create those bands, and they are compressed over distance, and that's what you're looking into, a compressed horizontal band of fluids in the air, that particularly. But I mean, in order for you to test that within science, you could definitely use water, because water's a fluid as well. And water acts exactly the same. Everybody knows that the water level establishes a horizontal plane all the way down. A vertical depth, equal pressures from the horizontal plane at the top. It's very simple. And people know this. It works within science. Horizontal planes are most definitely provable in reality. It's just a paradox. It can't happen on a globe model. So, join in. Anybody got anything to say? What is up doesn't seem to like it. I don't know what's up with him. Anybody else got any problems with us establishing horizontal planes? Maybe people that have never done it before.
Everybody knows it's Model Affliction Monday. All welcome.
Yeah.
Come and sell your model.
Yeah, I think it's strange that what is up is he doesn't think things can be actually provable in reality. He's one of these ones that you can't tell either way. And that, to me, would establish people not knowing how to find proof.
Here we go with the proof again, huh?
Yeah, some people have a problem with proof. I don't know why. I think it's technology and education. I don't know whether somebody's told them, or some of the professors or whatever told them that they can't have proof.
No proof. Are the professors aware that a human body needs water to survive? Are they also aware that if we keep a body from obtaining fluids for a few months, maybe even less, that person would die, guaranteed, provable every time? Are they aware of that? Or do they think they can survive without water? So, no water, you die. Proof. End of story.
No, there is proof, Tariq. Absolutely.
Try not drinking water for a couple of weeks. See how you get along.
This would be scientific experiment.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I think the problem here is proof is gained through reasoning and a logical process. I think that's what's been lost. These are the lost tools of learning. There is no taught reasoning anymore. There's no way to formulate these things in your head if you've never been taught how to this, I don't know, call it a reasoning ability. But most people have been taught it. Most people naturally, I mean, this is the natural way of learning. A lot of people have gone through the school process and been taught the opposite of this natural process, and subsequently come to, well, I don't know whether they say they don't have faith in themselves. They don't know how clever they are because they've been taught this really strange method that doesn't quite work. It doesn't leave you fulfilled within your knowledge, so you always feel less of yourself. Those people who have gone to college, university, or whatever have furthered their education, and they've been instilled with walking in the boots of shadow giants, constantly on the shoulders of shadow giants. Well, it's not always the best way of doing it. Whereas,
does seem counterintuitive. Huh? The more education, you'd figure the smarter, the wiser, the more able to come to things on your own. But that's not the case. It's the complete opposite.
yeah, we've got to be careful at not like trying to sound big-headed or anything about this. This is a basic concept sort of thing, the foundations of learning and understanding.
Yeah, I didn't mean
Yeah.
to come out like that. It seems to me the more educated the person is, the less, and that's not everybody, the less, how shall I say, the less they're willing to think on their own. Let's put it that way.
It's the harder, I think. The more education you've been given, the harder it is to go to the basics of the understanding, right? Because that's where we play it, the basics. Really simple stuff. I mean, it does lead to greater things, but it's not that easy for most people. Like if you've got a PhD, it's hard to go back to this basic stuff. You've had it instilled into you that you're much better than this. You don't need to go back to this. But this is where the trick's done.
Mind you, we
Literally.
do have highly educated among us. Shout out Mike. I'm sure Mike Jones has more of an education than 90% of these ballers. But yet, he's a smart dude. So I don't mean to poo-poo on educated people.
Yeah, this is it's very basic learning and very basic sort of stuff that we do. But I mean, it isn't for everybody. There are people that don't see the point in doing this basic stuff. And maybe people were hoping for some sort of great revelation or whatever. Well, it's just a basic, simple thing. Either there are horizontal planes in reality. Well, that's it. Because the globe model says this picture here that Mike's got. You can't have both. You can't have a horizontal plane and a vertical plane being perpendicular. Not on the globe model, you can't. There's the paradox. How do you resolve it? You can't. Because horizontal planes definitely exist and you can definitely establish them. You'll just have to ask the Globe Council. They don't want to talk to us anymore. Everybody's left. We've signed our own shadow. See you guys. That'll be the end of us. So Logic Night tomorrow night. The Globe has actually come up with some good logic to sort of deal with the fact that they need to get rid of horizontal planes or horizontals being parallel. I don't know whether you can get away with keeping horizontal planes but just not having them parallel. Doesn't seem possible to me, but some Globe defenders say that it does. Yeah, the Globe Council. Globe Council, I don't think they exist. But McToons is redefining flat earthers. So well, apparently, with under McToons's definition of flat earther, now Red's rhetoric would have to come and debate us, I think. So we could go with the realizing Euclid proofs and the proofs that level's horizontal. But we all know that nobody can talk about that. It's too simple. People don't want to know about it. We've been doing some stuff today. I was hoping to have a chat with some people to hope further the realizing Euclid tests that anyone can do and that we have already done. It's not looking very good for Rumpus's test either. Maybe have to be
Can we
left
do that
for
with
another
spaghetti?
year. Sorry?
Can we do that with spaghetti?
Rumpus's test. He might be able to do it with spaghetti instead. Yeah, I was hoping to go over that with I Can Science That, but I'm not too sure he can put up an argument for the globe side. He can only argue against the ridiculous concept of some sort of flat earth idea that he has. Maybe he's been given it by somebody else using terms that don't really make any sense. There you go.
Almost like a wand.
Yeah.
Alakazam, vertical. Alakazam, horizontal.
Getting confused between 1D and 3D lines and planes. The model that people have been bashing us with for quite a while is what has led us to this. We, as a group, found the procedure. We called it advanced simplicity, but it was basically just breaking everything down to the simplest form we can to make sure that all of us understood right from the beginning and then build up each step of the way. There is nowhere beyond reality. You can't learn reality and then go beyond it. It's just not possible. So once you know the limitations of reality, you know that you can't go beyond it. There's no, I don't know, there's no way for you to possibly go beyond reality, what you know, unless somebody gives you this ability to think and imagine beyond, to go to places that you've never been to on the shoulders of shadow giants. They're just stories, I think. They definitely don't come with proof. They definitely don't come with logical arguments. And sorry, I Can Science That. It looks like you've got a fan in the chat. I was hoping to have a word with I Can Science That, where, because he said he's always going on about two models, and I said that's fine. He can go on about his model, but I will go and show him the proofs that we have for the reality model, the Euclidean model of reality that I understand, the one where proofs are. Can I hear you on a wrench there, Ratchet? Rob. I don't know where else to go with this. The horizontal. Nobody seems to. Is anyone confused at why the horizontal paradox exists and what the difference between a horizontal in geometry and do they think there could possibly be a difference between a Euclidean plane and a horizontal plane in reality? I mean,
Of
is there
course
a
they do.
difference?
Oh yeah, for them, sure there is.
For them, there is a curved 2D surface. So I
Well,
think
conceptually, right? But I mean, there's no reasoning that's gone into that, is there?
of
That-
course this is not. This is just excuse.
Yeah, it's
Only
that
that.
non-logical stage, right? They're still
No, it's a globe
trapped in
filter.
that childhood, early mental state
Yep.
where
The
they
globe
accept
filter.
non-logical statements.
It's even worse than that. Everything they do goes through the globe filter. Everything. They start off with the premise that they're on a sphere, on a globe. All thoughts start there.
All starts and ends because it is circular reasoning. Because if they start with globe and then in process they are trying to prove globe, so they are just making circles, not going anywhere. Like, for example, Effie Dogma. He, in his films, he's said several times, since we live on the globe. So this is instead of proof. Because if he says, since we live on the globe, it means that he assumes that. And if he assumes that, he cannot prove it. Any kind of proof going further, it will be always circular reasoning, because he is based on assumption that we live on the globe. You cannot prove things if you are assuming them. It automatically disproves your proof if you are assuming the outcome.
Keep pointing back to this. This clip here. This thinking's done in a non-logical, non-reversible manner. Egocentric thinking predominates. That's in the pre-operational stages, toddler and early childhood. Now, I'm not an expert. It does seem like there's a lot of non-logical thinking processes going on.
It's all non-logical in today's shall we call it science or pseudoscience? We know this star is this far away, therefore this. Meanwhile, they never measured the distance.
Can't measure a distance. Who's going over that? Geometrically impossible.
There's no way. There's
Mhm.
absolutely no way they know how far the sun is, how far this is, that is. But yet, the assumptions are all based on that. Come on, nobody wants to talk gravity, the sun, black holes. Come on, guys, I'm in the mood.
Yeah, they can't, because they'll end up in the horizontal paradox question, and I don't think they can address it. They've got it wrapped up in a paralogism that they can't face. It's painful.
Well, they can just evoke the model when they feel threatened. Works all the time.
Not with horizontals. People might be listening. They might listen to how bad that they do.
Maybe we should rename Mondays. Instead of model affliction, maybe model description. Less intimidating.
Well, I mean, this is the chance for people to come around and have a discussion about their model. Yeah, all right, we'll point out contradictions in models and things, but I mean, we do that with each other. That's what you're meant to do, isn't it? You're meant to challenge each other. It's like we have initially been challenged by the Globe team. They don't want to challenge us anymore.
I think that's because they are prepared only to fight with flat earthers. They have ready arguments, anti-flat earth arguments. So if in this server there are no flat earthers or proper flat earthers, so they cannot defend their model by accusing flat earth model, because it's one of their tactics. If they cannot defend the globe, at least they can attack flat earth, but not here. So they are
They never attack me here, ever. Weird.
okay. So we should advertise them to attack Rob. Here is Rob, you can attack. Go.
I'll take it. I will battle them all and win. That's, I think, why they don't attack me.
Well, I mean, there is no globe argument, right? Because there's no globe proof, and we know that, there is no globe argument, because they can't formulate a winning argument, because that would mean that there would be a proof at the end of it. There is no globe proof. They know that. Apart from, I'll have to be going over this tomorrow, but I mean, there is now globe logicians. It's great. The thing that we've developed. The unicorns say it was good that there was more people here over the Jose's, and then they all shifted. Thanks. Jose's gone live, everybody. If you want to go over there and shoot to Jose's, I'm sure there'll be a good argument going on over there. He'll be slagging us off or something. They'll be dealing with the horizontal paradox. Thank you. Memberships handed out. Unicorn. It's only early tonight as well. It's 9:30. Not really got started. Did the horizontal paradox. We go over the Fata Morgana. Nobody's bothered about that, see? Do a natural phenomena that nobody's seen. I don't know if anybody else noticed that nobody else got any of the footage. I don't know if anybody else has seen any Fata Morgana sunset footage.
That was stunning.
Yeah, that is out on the website labelled as Fata Morgana sunset. I guess nobody's featuring it. Nobody.
Oh, I know how I may entice somebody coming in. Did you guys hear there's a new model for the atom?
Yet another? Yet another model?
Yes. This one is very intriguing, like almost almost laughable.
The first one, as I remember, it was this planetary funny model.
Correct? Yes.
So, based on heliocentric model.
Yep. Then they went to the cloud model. The electron is a probability. It's not orbiting. It's everywhere and nowhere and or everywhere at the same time. That's the cloud model. But now they went astronomical.
So what they invented?
Wait till you hear this. In the new model, there is a tiny black hole where the proton is.
Oh.
I kid you not. That's a new model they're peddling. I don't know how new it is. I recently found out about it.
I found it not very inventive. Black holes are old.
Yeah, but in an atom now, we're talking about subatomic black holes here. Because in the original atom, they have to explain why the electron, which was orbiting, why it didn't just take off. Right? And a bunch of bull stories. And then, well, they said, well, we got it all wrong. Now it's a cloud probability. It's everywhere and nowhere and everywhere at the same time.
Wait a second, but before it was that they were neutrons and protons were plus charged and electrons minus charged, and number of protons would match electrons, so that's why they were keeping in orbit, supposedly. As far as I was taught in school, that model. But it was long time
and the
ago.
neutron. Don't forget the neutron. Yeah.
Yes, but neutron is neutron because it's neutral, so has no charge. But
Yes.
protons had or supposedly have plus charge and electrons minus charge, so they were equalized. Therefore, these these electrons didn't escape from protons and the
Right.
core.
Yeah. But now they took the proton out completely and replaced it with a black hole, a subatomic black hole. Unbelievable.
Oh, that
So
stuff
they,
goes
they
over
are
my
not
head.
very inventive.
Did you guys see what I posted in live chat? That was last night's episode of Big Brother.
Yeah, they just make stuff up as they go. And you have doofuses believing and fighting and explaining, and it's incredible.
No, they made everybody dress up like Ranty.
And
All
they're
he's doing is
standing
kitchen
on a flat
science.
earth wall. Look at the map behind them.
Oh, they were falling off a flat earth, were they?
Seems
And they say
that
this
they
shit's
are on the
dying.
edge.
Yeah.
They're on the edge with the flat earth.
With dressed like Ranty, kitchen science Ranty. Tinfoil hat on. It's great. That's it. If you think all horizontals are parallel, that's what they're going to get you as, right?
If you think that horizontals are parallel to horizon, you will be exiled to the edge of the earth, like these folks.
So how many of them you think are going to support this new atom model?
I wouldn't know
I
why
think
anybody would get involved with it.
that they will make some films, horror films or maybe science fiction films about it. And after a few years or maybe 10 years, it will be a main narration of science. But I think they have to prepare people for that. So it will take some time to make some cartoons about that and maybe serial film or whatever.
Introduce it slowly, huh? Yeah.
Yes, bit by bit to make people digest it more easily.
I couldn't believe it when I read it. I go, no, this can be true. Then I said, well, there it is, written.
McToons is making definitions up. I think it's really strange that people can do that. Says this includes flat earth. The idea that the earth as a whole, excluding topography, is generally a flat plane. Flat plane. Flat plane. fucking insane. How can you describe a plane as flat? Why would you ever need to describe a plane as flat? But he goes on to say, this includes these ideas. The Earth is an infinite plane. All horizontals are parallel, which they provably are. The surface of undisturbed water is flat. Well, that's ridiculous because that's a water level. Nobody says that water is flat. At least nobody that I know says that.
Oh, but
And
he's
other
saying,
ideas that have similar implications.
in his defense, he's saying that this undisturbed water is flat, but it's a vague statement.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where I'd be able to do that, but I mean, I would say, yeah, probably would be. But I mean, nobody says that because nobody would know where undisturbed water is. And other ideas that have similar implications. Well, they're only similar mind implications that he has. That's McToon, the guy that's making this definition, that he's putting people into this group. He's basically threatening people that if you think horizontals are parallel, like in every maths book ever done, every graph ever drawn, every elevation profile ever drawn has parallel horizontals. It's an unfortunate fact, but McToon has just put all of those people into the group he's called flat earthers. Now, he calls these people all sorts of names other than flat earthers. Once he's called them flat earthers and been able to put them in this group, he can call them all sorts of other names. Now, don't know how everyone, whether everybody knew that this is the way it's going to go now, but obviously all you have to do is find out if people think horizontals are parallel. Go and ask your maths teacher. If you've got any kids, ask their maths teacher, are horizontals parallel? Can you prove it?
You know, McToon is on record saying there's no proof for a globe Earth.
Oh, no, he has. He's supporting one of the guys on Twitter with a globe proof. And there's a new globe
Oh, he changed his mind?
Yeah, there's a globe logician come around on Twitter.
You tell them to go get their 3 Bitcoin then?
We'll go and do that tomorrow. We'll go over that tomorrow because it's Logic Night. I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, we have some new globe logicians.
He's on record as saying that. I saw it with Red Pill Philosophy, I think it was. Remember that guy? And he admitted it live. He made him say it. The globe has no proof. McToon.
What's this here? Look at that. Phenomena has said that if water levels form a horizontal plane, P, it goes through his logic. I don't want to get to it, but McToon says, hey, somebody's name, because he's a doxing twat, aka try thinking, why do you keep ignoring the above proof? See, so he does think there's a proof for a globe.
What a hypocrite you are, McToon.
Well,
Did you forget?
I mean, he's a glober, right?
Oh, but he said there's no proof.
Yeah, but that's one
He
of the
clearly said it.
allowable contradictions that they can have. They are
Oh, okay.
globe.
You guys
Right,
don't
right.
even know biz.
If they didn't have contradictions, they couldn't have a model, really, could they?
Okay, so that's his dialetheism. Okay, right, all right.
So yeah, McToon definitely has globe proofs, as does Phenomena. There are a few more people that have come across with globe proofs. We'll go over them tomorrow. Perhaps they're not aware that there's no such thing as logic on the globe model, because it's non-logical. They have non-geometry, non-logic. And people who defend this stuff without actually knowing anything, ignorance. They support the globe with their ignorance of things. It is rather interesting what we've been dealt with, or what we've been left with, in a group where we initially just came in asking questions. I'm pretty sure most people in this Discord room, maybe people listening, you came in initially asking questions of people to try and find answers, or maybe you found that the questions you have never have an answer. Maybe that's what you found, that there are a group of people that you were expecting to have answers, and they don't. They have nothing. Not a lot of people do have answers. At a certain point, you should realize that the answers are for you to find. The shadow giants will never give you answers. They just end up giving you more questions. And when you have more questions and you have to ask them, you don't seem to get answers to them. It's a really strange place that we're in, that we've been put in. It seems to be a load of people with questions that there are no answers to. Well, we can find answers if we break stuff down to the simplest form. You can find the answers at the basics, because the basics are simple enough for everybody to understand. And it's at that point, right at the basics, where the globe model fails. Just quite obviously doesn't exist.
I think it's important to say also that for some things, there are no answers, and there never will be. Not for us mere mortals.
Yeah, many more questions than there are answers to go with them. And for those things, there can only be you to go and find them. At some point, you have to decide if it's a fruitless task still looking for them.
Or just accept that some things you'll never know.
Yeah.
For example, this atom. This is a Greek word, and as Aristotle said, this atom, this is just conceptual, because it is the smallest particle, but you cannot measure it anyway. It's just conceptual, because you cannot go into infinite regression, because otherwise you will never divide this. So this is purely conceptual idea about atom in ancient history. And they never claimed that it is as such. It's just only deduction that lead to that conclusion that it has to be some measurable, not measurable, but some 3D object, not infinitely small, but it has to be in some dimensions, because otherwise you will end with infinite regression, which is not scientific at all. That's all what they knew about atom. So, but now we have many models of atoms. But they knew that they don't know what is atom. This is just concept of particle, of smallest particle, and not infinitely small. That's all. They were smart enough that they knew that they don't know. That's all.
Yeah, smallest imaginable or something like that, you know, in order to do thought exercises upon it, knowing
Yes,
that
yes,
they
but
couldn't actually get to it. But I think, yeah, like you say, it's all conceptual, isn't it? All of these models of how these things, it's all just thought processes of somebody, how they think things like that could work.
yes, but they didn't claim that they have proved that these atoms are as such as they think they are. It was just an opinion. You can sometimes you can create only opinion on something, nothing more. So, but now opinions of people are becoming proof for something. So this is ridiculous.
Like we started the year off, and we are going to have to go back to the proof thing. Proof doesn't exist on the globe model. It can't. They won't allow it.
Proof doesn't exist in any of their so-called scientific endeavors. There's no such thing as proof. We can be 99.99, they'll tell you, but they always leave wiggle room.
And yet they tell us that we have to test whether the level is horizontal, which is, I think, a ridiculous claim. They should be able to show that it's already been tested and why it isn't that. It is, though. To me, that particular thing is one of the best mind exercises you can put yourself on. It's so simple to be able to work out with the water level. You need some sort of a slope in order to get the water to move.
Yep, I don't think there's a better argument than water. It's an everyday experience, and everybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
In order for your sewer system to work in your home, right? When you go to the bathroom, right? In front of your house, there's a main sewer that runs along, right? Now, it's common sense. Your sewer, in order to flow down to that main sewer to flow into the plants that treat the water, there has to be a slope. And the slope has to be negative from where you are, from your house, downwards. I mean, it doesn't get any simpler than that.
Yeah.
And if the sewer flows the other way, guess what's going to happen to your waste? It's not going to go in the sewer. It's going to come right back in your home. Sorry to get graphic, but you know.
Yeah, the water level, it's known by everyone. But there's some mind block that occurs. I think it's more of an agreement between the flat Earth and the globe Earth. Both of them have agreed to not consider the water level being a tool that establishes a horizontal, and they can just forget about the horizontal paradox because globers don't seem to want to talk to people that are talking about reality and how tools and all of that act in reality. They're quite happy making just being oblivious to this paradox that occurs because they can't have a conversation. Obviously, nobody can discuss level and horizontal in reality at the same time as talking about a globe model. It can't be explained through the globe model. It's an inconvenient truth. Now, they have told us that there is no difference, apparently, between a horizontal plane and a ball. Well, I've got news for them. Yeah, there is. There's a massive difference. They're nothing like each other. Sort of, I would say, complete opposites. There's definitely no way that you can have them being the same thing.
It's like hot and cold, wet and dry.
Yeah.
Fat, skinny.
But once you start moving that, and leaving the argument within that sort of framework, then there's not many things that you can talk about, is there? Once you bring everything back to reality and start talking about only the things that you know about, that you can talk and you can prove, you can predicate upon these things in reality, it cuts down the conversation for a lot of people. A lot of people have imagined that they've been talking with somebody who is a pilot or a physicist or maybe a PhD in some rocket science or something. Now, this is on Discord, obviously. They imagine that they've been talking to these people and having a conversation with them. I wouldn't know. Most of the talks I've ever had with people normally ends up that they don't seem like real people anymore. Sort of depressing, but I mean, I'm guessing we're moving out of this arena. Not that I don't think we can get away from it. There are a group of people, McToon, who else? I Can Science That, Red's Rhetoric, Steve McRae, Fight the Flat Earth.
I'm also part of the other side that will never leave, Bev.
Yeah, with this, obviously. We are learning more and more. And at the minute, I think the creative part of what we do is going to the max. So if anybody wants to come and get involved, now's the time. We're going back to the basics of the trivium, basics of learning. We'll go over the basics of geometry, and we'll be exposing the fallacies within the arguments, and sort of letting everybody know that the globe doesn't have an argument. It doesn't have a champion. There are no globe heroes. There's no logic to come with the globe, and because there's no logic, they can't formulate an argument. If they can't formulate an argument, what are they doing? How do they defend their globe? They don't. They just label people flat earthers and then dismiss them. That's it. That's all the globe has, with champions like Red's Rhetoric, McToon, Fight the Flat Earth. Who else? I Can Science That. Any of these people want to come and have a discussion about any of the realizing Euclid tests that we've been doing, to go over it? We know they can't. But I'd like to point out that the offer is there. We have series of proofs. I don't know how to present the horizontal paradox any better. But it's obviously a problem, and it will never be addressed. It would be good. Let's see whether we've got any takers on Twitter or anything. Oh, loads of them. See, they're talking about I Can Science That. And Brad Wegner, I think's one of the globe heroes. He's saying I Can Science That did really well when he insulted me at the end. What's up? What have we got what's up in here for? They got bored of us. Yeah, because they've got no argument. What's up? What is up? They have no argument, so they will go away. Like, they have to.
If I can add, they sound ridiculous every time they come talk too. So I think that might be a reason. I mean, it just, they got to hear themselves afterwards. Some of the things they have to say.
Look at this. Can anyone remember Brad Wegner? He used to call himself Brad the Science Guy because he was a hero worshipping Bob the Science Guy. Well, this is what he's put here. This is his take on I Can Science That. He says, what is ironic is I Can Science That saw through Bev's BS and destroyed all his stupid arguments. I like the part where he realised Euclid with a couple of pieces of spaghetti and a cell phone. Now Bev is posting memes like it means something. That's what I Can Science That has done to Brad the science guy. This Globe Science is getting ridiculous.
Is he serious?
Yeah, Brad's, yeah, he's definitely full on. He's like another Where's Wally.
Wow, Brad. That's just too funny.
He doesn't
Two pieces of
understand what...
spaghetti.
Yeah, he doesn't
Wow.
understand realizing Euclid, what it is or anything. Yeah, what is up? We don't want Globers. They're useless. They're a waste of time, a waste of space. They have no argument. And I'll be happy to see them go. But we know that they can't because they're obsessed with us. They'll be back. They're just licking the wounds for a bit. They've got to bolster each other up. They're on the sabbatical, just a break. They'll be back. But you
They're
can
over
keep
in
them busy.
Blue Ops.
Yeah, you
doing
go
a
and keep
huddle.
them busy. What is up? You want to talk to them. We've got it is Model Affliction Monday. What's up? Come on in. Let's let everybody know what your particular affliction is, what your problem is. I think he's somebody that he's going to have to be coming back to. He's had his break for a bit. Yeah, spaghetti scientist is the way to go for the globe. It's globe science. That's what you're after.
Like, imagine watching a guy explain science holding spaghetti in his hand and taking him serious. It's like unbelievable.
Geometry. Not explaining science, explaining
Well, yeah,
geometry through
geometry,
science.
excuse me. Euclid, yeah. Incredible.
But I mean, it's not as if it's anything new, and it's also not as if it's anything new to anybody. I don't think in this arena. I mean, as I've been here, I don't know, 3-4 years now within this conversation, listening, talking to people. A lot of other people have been in it even longer. Most people know each other. Most people have seen each other. Most people know who's who. Says Hex. Hex is in the chat saying we're model afflicted. We probably are, Hex, but I mean it's like a logic model. I can't stray away from it. I can't go into non-logic. I have a geometric model as well, Euclidean. I can't stray into not Euclidean because it wouldn't be able to give me any proofs. That's why you don't stray into paraconsistent logics, because I like to keep my logic non-exploded. I like to keep it old school logic. There's definitely a thing going on with science at the minute, globe science. I hope they're all okay, all of the globe science guys. I know we're going to go over the logic tomorrow, but I don't think blue marble science has done anything since the great religious globe reveal, the deity. Oh, here's Babs as well. Look, we're getting all of the superstars tonight. They're trying to make it out that we don't want a conversation, but we do. That's all we're here for.
Yeah, come on in, Babs. Love to have a conversation with you.
Oh, look at this.
Well, not
What
really,
is up?
actually,
He's
but
sticking up with Hex. Well done. What is up? What is up says that Hex is right. We're only we're much afflicted with only one segment of the FEGE argument. Does anyone want to go with what is up? Very interesting, the people that come round. Come on in, what is up? Stop chatting and shit in there. We know you can talk. Why are you sticking to the text chat? Very opinionated. Sticking up with Hex. I'm going to go and make a brew, so if anybody wants to talk for a bit. What is up seems like he's upset with me talking.
why did you guys come in? Tell us how dumb we are. Maybe that we're in a cult or something, you know. How we're wizards. Maybe that would be good.
No.
Can a spaghetti become a wand? Like a magical wand? If you laminate it?
I don't want to bash on anybody's models or anything. So I can't see
do.
the point in us staying open. Well, I
I'll
mean, yeah,
bash
go
them.
on. Go on, SA, go on.
It's Monday. Come
Yeah.
on.
Well, yeah, like I say, I don't want to. But if they're in the chat and they're willing to go to text chat trolls, right? If we want to talk to them that way, just know that the text chat troll tonight on the main one is What Is Up, who is, well, he's been a text chat troll for quite a while. He used to pretend that he was come in and talk to us like he was a normal person. But he obviously was learning how best to obfuscate arguments and shit. I think he's part of a team of people that like to go away and just propagate an argument. Keep circular arguments alive. In text chats. It's interesting, these guys in the text chat. So does anybody think there is another way, a better way to explain the horizontal paradox? Because in reality, there is no horizontal paradox. So what you're left to do then is to explain to people that a non-existent model couldn't happen in reality. It's a difficult one to sell, isn't it? It's possible. It's possible that the entire plan to put us here in this bit is to see how many people actually realize that basic fact and how many people will just completely disregard it because they've been taught 'tis globe. And that basic 'tis globe will override the fact that they know there are horizontal planes in reality. They'll try and work some way around it mentally. I hope you noticed there, Emma. What's up called somebody else cringe. In the YouTube chat. This is what shadow banning feels like, Cassie.
Yeah, I told you this is their new tactic, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. Well, this is Model Affliction Monday. Tomorrow we get to go over logic. That's when, obviously, no globe can be involved. It's not possible for you to put the globe within logic. So that won't make any difference. And Wednesday we will be going over the trivium again. No such thing as the globe within trivium. You have to predicate upon things that exist in reality. So no predicating upon the globe. And then Thursday, obviously Euclid, but I think we're going to wrap those three middle ones up together.
Where did Dan go?
He disappeared when he realized he couldn't put us off going over the horizontal paradox. I think I upset him.
Yeah. He wanted to interrupt you so bad to talk about his model on Model Affliction Monday and then left.
Yeah.
I had a guy that was model afflicted today on the job site. We got to talking about the tools we were using to establish a horizontal. And I said, do you think water does the same? And he says, yeah, I guess. And I said, well, how does it, at what distance does it start to curve to form the sphere you think you live on? So we established that. And he said, well, it's minuscule. Like it starts right away, but it gradually gets bigger and bigger. So he obviously knew something. And he kept poking around about the ice wall and some other things that I didn't bring up, like don't fall off the edge. And so he's obviously familiar with the topic. And it was just a random guy. And I said, well, what about a water level tool? If you create a horizontal with that instrument over there, do you think if you get a water level tool, and I made sure he knew what it was. He said, yeah, he's used them. I said, do you think that water level tool would, be the same as the horizontal that you create with that man-made tool? And he said, yeah. I said, for what distance? He said, for any distance. I could extend that horizontal as long as I wanted. I said, so the water level tool would be the same horizontal, right? He said, yeah. I said, well, what if you do it over the water that you think is curving? Silence fell over the job site. I think the penny dropped, and then he started making fun of falling off the edge again.
Hmm.
They just don't want to give it up. told me that the tool I was using, the laser, would create a horizontal, that the water level tool would also create a horizontal. And if you did it over water, that water would curve underneath. Pretty strange. Motto afflicted, I would say.
Yeah, contradictions that, like, I don't know. With me, if there's a contradiction, it has to be resolved. But I get the feeling that people can forget things. Like, there's just literally there's a switch that says, forget about that. And never go back there. Never go back to that argument ever again. Yeah, there's a lot of people, I think, that are, I don't know, they like the swapping and changing from argument to argument. And obviously, Flat Earth gives you the ability to do that constantly. Keep flip-flopping and swapping.
They are just practicing false dichotomy, because if they haven't got any proof for globe, they can disprove flat Earth. So they are at least happy that they can disprove something, the opponent. So they can win some argument, but this is still false dichotomy.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get some sort of a debate, but it'd be hellishly hard to give a globe opponent a topic that he could actually debate you with. You know, in order for you to have a good debate, could you think of a topic or a subject that you could debate a globe Earth, you know, around their model? Obviously, it would have to be around their model. What topic do you think you could come up with? I'm hoping now, right, in order for McToon or Red's Rhetoric, Steve McRae, you know, the superstars of the globe debate scene. What topic could you think of that would end up with a good debate? I've been thinking about this just recently.
I know. Geometry using spaghetti.
Well, you could. I would ask to use normal geometry, and they could use spaghetti. But I don't again. I don't think that would be fair, because there wouldn't be anybody that would ever go with a Euclidean geometric proof. They would know anything about it.
You don't really believe that, do you, Bal?
Don't really believe what? That you don't have an argument? Absolutely.
Well, that and that your potential debaters don't know junior high school math.
No, well, okay then, Brenda. What would be a viable topic for you to pick for Red's Rhetoric, Steve McRae, or McToon? What would be their what would be the topic that you would think that they would be able to formulate an argument around?
Reds doesn't do flat Earth anymore.
Yeah, he does. He's come back. He's like, have you not seen on Twitter? He's been all over Twitter saying he only talks to flat earthers. They're the only people he will talk to now. He's come back.
No, I don't have Twitter.
Right. Well, Red's Rhetoric's back. Fight the Flat Earth did a bend in the knee to Red's Rhetoric. And now Red's Rhetoric will only talk to flat earthers. Whereas Wally said that he would he said it'd be good for me to have a chat with Reds, and I agreed with him. He then said he'd sort it out. He didn't. And then he then told me to go and find him on Twitter and ask him myself. So I did.
Yeah.
And he
Where
said
are
he's not talking to people that aren't flat earthers. And I said, it's okay. I don't really want to talk to you. If you only talk to flat earthers, I don't want to be upsetting you on your comeback. I'll let him deal with all of the flat earthers. And then I said, after that, I'll come and have a word with you about the realizing Euclid tests.
You've had debates with MC Toon.
No.
You've been on his channel.
Yeah, but he doesn't debate. It's like Flat Earth debate and more. They don't do debates, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Well, go on. This is where we started. What is the best subject that you think you could get McToon or Red's Rhetoric or Steve McRae to debate about? What do you think is their strongest subject about the globe?
You think Steve McRae? Does he still have a YouTube channel anymore? I don't even know.
Yes, Brenda, you're well out of it. Steve McRae. Remember when Ruhif gave him a load of money so Steve McRae could sue Kyle Koslinski over the non sequitur show? Well,
the non sequitur show is defunct.
It's not. He's got it back again. He's doing it. It's live. It's back on YouTube, Brenda. You're out of the loop. You're way behind. Red's Rhetoric is now with Steve McRae. They're doing the non sequitur show, Brenda. That's what I was going to ask them, whether they wanted to see the realizing Euclid tests there. And they said they don't talk to anybody unless they're flat earthers. And I said, it's okay. I'm not a flat earther. Don't worry about it. I'll leave it with you.
Do they have an audience at all? Or is it like yours? Nobody watches you.
I don't know, Brenda. Are they not part of your team? Are you not on the Red's Rhetoric and Steve McRae Fight the Flat Earth team?
That's your paranoia again?
No, I'm just
What the fuck are you talking about, Brenda? There's 40 people in the chat here. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's nobody. So, if you get maybe
do you
1K.
need to leave? You need to leave already? You need to leave already?
Okay, just a minute. Your paranoia tells you that I'm part of
paranoia. I just asked you, Brenda. I thought you might have been part of that team. Obviously you're a lone wolf, right? You wander around with no friends, in no groups, solo, Brenda.
I have friends. You just don't know about them.
I know. Yeah, you just sound like a lot of people, don't you?
You just don't know about them. Mm-hmm. So the paranoia is that whenever I come in here, you think that it's some part of some coordinated conspiracy.
No, Brenda.
You do.
No,
you do.
No, I was just inquisitive whether you have friends and whether those friends are the same people that deal within the globe Earth massive like you do.
No, they're not the same people, Bev.
No. You are the same people that fight against level being horizontal, though, and horizontal planes being possible in reality. That's your group. I was just wondering how coordinated you all are.
Yeah, see, there's your paranoia again.
No, Brenda, you're just the latest one tonight. It never ends. Everybody is always having a go at us for saying that horizontal planes are provable in reality.
So my friends hardly even know what I do
What's
as
your
far
What's your
as
best
flatter-
argument for the globe, Brenda? What can we entice people to debate about? If we were to set up a real debate, a proper formal debate, what would be the best subject for the globe that we could entice people in with?
What is, let me see, what is your, the problem is really is your behavior.
No, it's
And
the
it's
problem
not
is that
really.
you can't formulate an argument for the globe. But
No, the
what could
problem
other
is
people
you can't
do?
answer
Right.
a single fucking question that you ask her. What the fuck is wrong with you, Brenda? Come on.
The
Just
problem,
answer his question.
yeah,
No,
don't be triggered. Don't be
answer
triggered.
his
Just calm your
question.
tits.
Triggered. You can't answer a single question.
Yeah, calm down.
Calm,
So the
calm.
real problem, the real
On-
problem is that Bev has driven away most of the people who would potentially debate him due to his
Insistence that you have an argument about something. No.
due to your your lying and your disingenuous behavior. Your behavior is what does this, Bev.
Yeah.
It's not the argument. It's not the
So
argument.
what is the best argument that we could entice people in with, though, right? What's the best argument for the globe? What's your best one? Oh, no,
Well-
not yours. What is the easiest one for the Globe Earth Council? When you meet up, what's the, this is our strongest point for the globe.
That's that paranoia again. That's that paranoia. You think that we have a council and that we meet up.
What's the strongest globe point, Brenda? What's the strongest argument for the globe? Go on.
The problem is that you want to entice people in. That's the problem.
I'm just trying to sort out something like what's badly needed within this arena is a proper formal debate. So what is the best argument for the globe that we could start with?
It would start with honesty, which you are almost congenitally incapable of being honest.
We'll deal with that within the debate scenario. What is the best argument for the globe that you can think of, Brenda?
Personal eyewitness testimony.
Witness testimony to what?
Eyewitness testimony. Eyewitness testimony.
Can you elaborate on that?
That's your best argument.
Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is?
I'm talking about an argument, Brenda.
Yeah, that would be the best evidence for the globe.
No,
Yeah.
the best
didn't say
argument, Brenda. Come on.
Yeah, see, this is
You know
problem.
better than that, Brenda. Come on.
No,
Argument is
eyewitness
not
testimony.
evidence. Argument is not evidence. You can use evidence to prove in argument. Yes, but evidence itself is not
Right.
argument.
Okay, hold up. Let's let Bev repeat the question. Maybe she didn't hear.
Yeah. What, Brenda, is the best argument from the globe side that we could entice people in with?
There is personal eyewitness testimony that the Earth is a globe. Therefore, the globe is very likely to be true.
It is globe, therefore likely to be globe.
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah, good.
I would agree with her. I would agree with her, Bev. That's probably one of the better.
Probably the best argument that they can come up with. Yeah.
Which is sad, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think that's sad?
Because we will never have a formal debate, Brenda, with such weak arguments from your side.
It's not weak. It's a cogent argument.
You know, we've got pretty strong geometric, logical arguments that can relate to reality.
No, you don't, Bow. It's been shown to you. It's been shown to you that your argument is fallacious, but you are disingenuous.
What argument, Brenda?
What's
my argument?
That the horizon is flat therefore
Brad said over
all things are flat.
see if you guys got a power steering pulley on a Dodge Grand Caravan 2010.
I'm Mike,
You've never actually,
Rob.
you've actually never presented a formal syllogism for your argument. What is it? Could you do that?
Which one?
is that your argument, Ben? That's
You mean the tautology?
So is a tautology an argument, Bev?
Yeah,
Do you think it's a good argument?
absolutely. Do you not?
And what does a tautology prove?
Itself.
Yeah, so that's really not what we're looking for, is it? Here.
Yeah.
You think tautologies are a way to demonstrate the truth of a proposition?
Absolutely.
So Sydney is the capital of Australia. Therefore, Sydney is the capital of Australia. Do you think that is a good argument? It's a valid argument, but what do you think that proves?
I'm not aware of that being any argument. I mean, brilliant. I mean, is that one of your strongest arguments?
So you don't even know what I'm talking about now, do you?
I know that you've just spouted the same sentence twice. You put therefore in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
Well, everybody just heard you, Brenda.
Yeah, this is another part of the problem, right?
I don't know. Do you have a problem?
Well, you said a tautology was a good argument, and I gave you an example of one.
Well, you gave us an example of your best tautology, right? Which
No, it's just
was pretty
a
weak.
tautology.
It wasn't. No, that wasn't a tautology.
Yeah, that
was you
definitionally what
saying the same sentence twice with therefore in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's what a tautology is.
Well, that's what a tautology is to you.
No, that's what it is in logic.
Well, okay. Right,
A equals A. That's a tautology, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Sydney is the capital. Sydney is the capital of Australia. Therefore, Sydney is the capital of Australia. That's A equals A. You don't know
two
anything.
Straight lines being parallel to the same straight line, therefore being parallel to each other. Would you class that as a tautology?
No.
Oh, well, see, that's the tautology that I was thinking. It's a self-serving proof that's obviously
it's not a
true.
tautology. That's not a tautology.
That's not a tautology. What would you call that then? Because that's what people have. I was thinking when I was talking of a tautology. That's what I was thinking of. Maybe other people have called that a tautology, thinking that it isn't actually a tautology.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a self-serving
This is
proof,
the problem.
isn't it?
How long have you?
How long
have you been? Yeah, how long have you been studying logic, Bev?
Weeks.
Weeks? I think it's been like over a year, hasn't it?
Well, that's weeks, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you could have said seconds, right?
That is an amount of weeks.
And you still have no fucking clue what you're talking about at all. You don't know what a tautology is.
Brenda, calm down. We were only asking for your best argument for the globe.
I was asking
and you said somebody said globe, and therefore it might be globe. That was your best argument that you could come up with.
No, it's not what I said. That's not what I said. You didn't understand.
It was about that. I was just rounding it up. It was sort of like that, similar.
Is that what we do in logic? We round things up. Is that what logic does?
We don't know. Like you're still running from having an argument, Brenda. It's shocking because I know this paraconsistent logic is part of your thing. You should definitely be the one to come up with an argument, right? I know it'll be malformed and all of that, but there should at least be some semblance of an argument there.
You don't have one, Bev.
I do. I have loads of arguments, Brenda. You'll run from every one of them.
Bev, so here's what in the chat, Blue Marble correctly says, repeating something twice in different words by definition is a tautology, Bev. Maybe you need to look up those words.
In different words, Brenda. You used exactly the same words, Blue
Yes.
seems to think that what
Yes.
I stated, right? Like, if two straight lines are parallel to the same straight line, then they are parallel to each other, right? Is the
Yes.
same as saying if horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other.
What
Is
you're
a
saying
tautology, right? Blue thinks that's a
Well, it's not-
tautology.
it's not a
But
tautology.
you
What you're
don't, I know
saying,
you don't think it's a tautology. Blue,
what you're saying,
Brenda
Beth,
doesn't think
That's
that's a
Blue.
well, if you're
tautology.
just going to overtalk me, I'll just
No,
go.
just
Why?
ask
Bye.
Blue what you did.
Bye.
What was your statement? Ask
Okay.
Blue what your statement was. When you use the same exact words in the same exact sentence format twice, ask Blue what that is.
That's a tautology. I can just
Well, that's not the
guarantee you.
definition he just gave.
Mm-hmm.
Different
It doesn't
words.
matter. It doesn't matter. It's the same.
Well,
Right?
don't trust us. Ask Blue.
Yeah.
I don't trust you. You don't know anything about
I
law.
said don't trust me.
I
Ask
don't.
Blue. Then ask Blue.
I trust myself better than you.
Do you trust Blue? You sure used him as a reference right
Yeah.
then when you thought you had something against Bev, which
So-
actually was against you because he said using
Yeah.
different words, which is the Google definition. I know that much.
He was correcting
know he-
you,
Is
Brenda.
Yeah, he was
Blue
correcting
was
you. Brent.
correcting you.
Is A equal A tautology, Bev?
Not according to Blue.
That's
No.
false. That's false. That's false.
Blue, Brenda says you're wrong. This is terrible
I'm
for
not.
you guys.
I didn't say he's wrong. I didn't say he's wrong.
He
He's
says
right.
it in different
Blue said
words.
different
Is
words.
A different than A? Because it seems like exactly the same fucking thing to me, Brenda.
Bev, can you substitute things in for letters?
Another
It seems
question.
like when you say the same sentence over again, that's not what Blue explained a tautology was.
Yeah. And we're getting
Definition.
past it, Brenda. I mean, this is going to go round and round in circles. Obviously, this
Bev?
is where you want the argument to be,
Bev?
rather than
Bev?
the actual argument. We
Bev?
know all the tricks, Brenda. This is why you're
Bev?
running round in circles now.
Bev?
Contradicting Blue, telling Blue he's wrong. Imagine that. Imagine the nerve of that, Brenda. Telling
Bev?
Blue he's wrong. Blue's trying to contradict you. I tell you, Brenda, you're contradicting yourself. Sort
You're
yourself
so
out. You
triggered.
don't know what a tautology
You're so
is.
triggered.
And then Brenda's
So
just
triggered.
saying, stuff you, Blue. You haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about.
You don't. Bev, A is a variable. It's like in algebra. You can substitute a proposition for A.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
But A
So
would
that-
have to be A, wouldn't it? It'd have to be the same proposition where A is equal to A, as in the same fucking thing, not different words like Blue said.
Well, if the different words name the same object, then they're the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the horizontal plane being parallel, that one, to you, isn't a tautology. So is it a valid logical statement then?
Well, what you're saying is that A equals C and B equals C.
No, we're saying
There-
if
Just
two
let me
straight
finish.
lines are parallel
you
to
don't
the
understand.
same straight line, then they are parallel to each other. We're talking about the two
That's what I
straight
was saying.
lines being parallel to an other straight line.
That's what I was saying, Bev.
Mhm.
So just listen. If A equals C and B equals C, then A equals B. Or if A
No,
is
they are
A-
all straight lines, Brenda. The relationship is parallel. That's
You
different
don't-
than the straight lines being straight.
it's just a substitution principle.
No,
Bev.
it's straight and parallel, Brenda.
Bev,
There's a reasoning process that goes through your mind as you're working it out.
It's just a substitution principle, Bev.
Mhm.
You can substitute anything you want for A,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
So A is parallel to C, B is parallel to C,
Mhm.
therefore A is parallel to B.
Mhm. And then any line that's parallel to C will be also parallel to A and B, as in all horizontals will be parallel. Very good logic and not a tautology like you seem to say, Brenda. But other people have said that is a tautology to get out of going over the logic. I don't know why you want to address it. You should now address the logic then, please, Brenda.
I've said repeatedly that it's not a tautology, Bev.
I know. Well, address the logic then. Are all horizontals parallel within that logical framework?
No.
Why?
Because you haven't defined horizontal yet. You have to define your propositions.
The horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. There you go.
Is the horizon a plane?
According to that definition, yes.
According to you? According to you?
According to that definition, yes.
According to you?
According to me as well as that definition, yes.
All right.
Right, so now address the logic, please. Are all horizontal planes parallel to each other?
So you're saying that the Earth is flat then, aren't you?
No, horizontal. Not
isn't
Earth.
Isn't the horizon the Earth?
No.
The horizon is not
horizon.
The horizon is not the Earth?
No, horizon is the line mainly in water. So this is not
the Earth.
You notice this is a diversion from the answering.
So the horizon is not the Earth. It's not part of the Earth. It's not
the Earth isn't mentioned in the logic, Brenda, at all.
No, I'm saying it's an implication.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I'm saying it's an implication. If the horizon
Therefore,
is flat,
all horizontals are parallel to each other. Address the logic, please, Brenda.
If the horizon is a flat, straight line, then the Earth is flat.
There's no such thing as a flat, straight line, Brenda. You're adding things on that aren't needed. You know what a straight line is?
Okay, so if the horizon is a straight line, therefore the Earth is flat.
Non sequitur.
What? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Do you think that's a good argument? Do you think that's good? Do you think that's good?
Well, I mean, mathematical definition of a horizontal line is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Are you sure you want to go with that statement?
That's not the mathematical definition of horizontal, Bev.
Is it not?
No, of course not.
Okay. What's the mathematical definition of horizontal then?
It means perpendicular to a vertical.
And a vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Oh, you mean the flat Earth? The plane of the horizon? You mean it's flat? Is that what you mean, Bev?
Plane is always flat. So naming a plane flat, this is tautology.
Exactly,
this is tautology.
Exactly. Bev is a flat earther. He just said so. He just said the plane of the horizon. A plane is flat. That's the Earth. The Earth. No.
He didn't say. He didn't say
did.
that the horizon. No, he didn't say that.
We all just heard him. We all just heard him.
This is the best the globe has to offer in argument. This is why, Brenda, I said there will never be a debate with anybody from the globe. You can't formulate an argument. It's obvious.
So is the plane is there a plane of the horizon? Does that exist?
It's within the horizontal plane logic, the argument that you said we didn't have. But we quite clearly do have an argument that's very tricky for you to deal with. Some people say it's a tautology. Some people say it's not a tautology. Now, you're stuck in the fact that you don't know what to do with a logical argument, Brenda.
No, I'm just interested in something else, which is showing that you to be the lying piece of shit you are, right?
That's the last one. You be out of here.
Well, everybody knows that, especially after watching you debate I Can Science That. I mean,
let's talk about debate, Brenda. It was a chat about realizing Euclid tests, which he got badly wrong.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't understand them. Well, he he completely forgot about the geometrical propositions that we gave him, the geometric proofs. Right, he forgot about all of those completely, and he went to some sort of globe science that seemed to state that level was a circle or something. I haven't got a clue what he was talking about. I'm hoping to have a conversation with him, but I don't know. I'm guessing
he's not
people
going
like
to have
you
it.
are going to have a chat with him. Yeah, you
Oh, he said that he's not going to talk to you again.
really? That's not what we were
He said that
talking
towards-
about. That's not what
towards
we
the
were
end.
talking about the other day, Brenda. So
Towards
again,
the end
you
of the-
seem to be slightly out of the loop.
So towards the end of the debate, he said he had no intention of talking to you again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh well.
Why was that, Bev?
Why was what? Because he was in. I think he was in cognitive pain. Cog disc.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I think
not what he
got
said.
left in aporia.
Well, what
His
what
head
did he
was spinning.
say?
Well, I think I don't know. Go on then. You tell me what did
No,
he say,
I'd like to hear
Brenda?
from
Go on.
you.
No. You tell me what he said because you must have
go ahead.
memorized it. Have you got it
No,
quoted?
I've
got a fair few quotes for you that he did.
I would like you to say what your understanding of why he said he would not speak to you again.
He said, you cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. And then I asked him about how he knew about his globe science and what he'd been taught in schools about his globe. And he said he'd been taught that it was a globe.
So would you say?
And then he had to go.
Repeat to me what the reason he gave for why he would not speak to you again.
Because he didn't have an argument.
That's not what he said.
Because he was in cognitive pain.
That's not what he said.
He didn't. It was sort of body language.
Yeah, but I would like to know if you are aware of what he said.
Yeah, he was crying out for help.
What was the reason
all the time
he gave? What was the reason he gave for not wishing to speak to you again?
This is what you came in. This is what you have, Brenda. This is your argument.
The best argument for the globe.
My God, man, it's pathetic. Boring as hell.
What is the reason, Bao? What is the reason?
What's the reason? Go on. You tell us, Brenda. I can't remember. It was a meaningless conversation with a model afflicted guy. I felt sorry for him in the end.
So
he got put in a position by a load of people that he shouldn't really have ever been in. He was unprepared for it completely.
So you're just unwilling to say what the reason was that he gave. You're just unwilling to do that.
Well,
you
I've been talking to him, Brenda. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
So you refuse to give the reason.
We're going over science experiments and all sorts. I want to have do a series and have a chat with him. I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe this is why people won't debate with you about.
There is no debate, Brenda. There never has been, and there never will be. I don't want to debate anybody from the globe side. You're all mental.
So
none of you can formulate an argument.
You have yet to formulate your argument. What is the paradox that's in the title of this video?
The horizontal paradox, Brenda. Did you not hear the beginning of the program?
Yeah. No, I did not.
Do you want me to run you over it? Do you want me to run you past it?
I would like you to just put in syllogistic form the paradox that you claim exists.
Okay. You cannot have a globe if horizontal planes exist. Horizontal planes exist, therefore you cannot have a globe. How about that? That was a quick one.
That's not a paradox.
No, well, you can't have a globe. And the paradox only exists within the framework of the globe model. Unfortunately, the globe model doesn't exist. So therefore, there is
what's the
no
paradox?
horizontal paradox.
What's the
Pretty
paradox?
simple. That horizontal planes can't exist on a globe model.
Yeah, what's the paradox?
That
Paradox
horizontal
is that
planes exist.
Who says that horizontal planes exist?
Me, just then.
Oh, then that's not a paradox of the globe. That's just you not understanding simple logic.
So, do you think horizontal planes exist?
Horizontal planes are imaginary, right?
There are
construct
tools
them.
that establish horizontal planes, Brenda.
Do imaginary things exist, Bev?
Tools that establish horizontal planes definitely
just imaginary.
exist.
That's just imaginary, right? Do imaginary things exist?
No, a level is a tool. It's a real thing, Brenda.
Yeah, you can't even answer your own question. So put the paradox in syllogistic form. Type it out in the chat. Let me see it.
Can you put
never give
paradoxes in a
anything.
syllogism, Brenda?
I think I asked you.
Is it possible to put a paradox within a syllogistic form?
Yes.
Go on then.
Absolutely not. It has to be error involved,
Oh,
like
come
in Dodo
on.
paradox.
Brenda was going to give us some paraconsistent logic, paradoxical syllogisms. We were nearly there. Nearly there. You ruined it, Paper.
Sorry. It's late. I am tired
Yeah.
after work. Sorry.
Could you state the paradox then?
It's a horizontal paradox, Brenda. It doesn't exist because in reality, horizontal planes exist. The paradox is for the globe model. The globe model states horizontal planes cannot exist. Therefore, there is no globe model because horizontal planes definitely exist.
But that's not a paradox.
Paradox for the globe model, Brenda.
It's still not a paradox.
This is paradox because horizontals exists everywhere, but not on the globe, excluding globe.
Yeah, could you type that out in a syllogistic form, please? Premise
This
1,
is-
premise 2, and conclusion. Could you do that?
No, this is Brenda. This is conditional. If horizontal planes exists, it cannot be a globe. So
Yeah, that's not a paradox. That's not a paradox.
Wait a second. This is conditional statement.
Yeah, conditionals are not a paradox.
Wait a second. And this is part of modus tollens. And you are denying.
A modus tollens isn't a paradox, Paper.
Yes, I know, but it creates paradox only for you.
No, it doesn't.
It does because.
Oh, what's the contradiction? What's the contradiction?
Contradiction is horizontal planes exist.
That's not a contradiction.
They cannot exist on the globe model.
That's still
There's the contradiction, Brenda. You can't have both the globe model and horizontal planes. They contradict each other.
Okay.
There's your paradox. You can't have both.
Does the globe model doesn't say that horizontals, is that what you said?
Horizontal planes.
Yeah, horizontal planes
Or lines. It doesn't really make any difference.
or
Does it?
lines.
Yeah, it still
Right.
goes down to the
These
same
things
fact.
these things don't exist in reality, Bob. So there's still no contradiction. You
You
know,
can
planes,
establish horizontal plane, but on the
course you
globe
can.
you cannot establish horizontal plane
of course you can.
because you
People
cannot.
people do it all the time.
Because this horizontal plane would be not parallel to horizon in your model.
Yeah, we don't claim that all horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. We don't make that claim. That's not a globe claim.
This is not claim, this is definition.
What's a definition?
Definition of horizontal plane, that this is parallel to plane of horizon.
You just said that the horizontal plane is parallel to the horizontal plane.
Yes, because horizontal is adjective to horizon. Horizon is a noun, and horizontal is belonging to horizon or similar to horizon.
Yeah.
It means this is adjective.
Yeah, you're just saying that horizontal planes are horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Parallel to horizon.
Oh, that would be an empirical claim. Have you verified that?
Yes, we can see horizon
That's not a verification.
as a straight line, and we can establish
You don't know
horizontal
that it's
plane
straight.
parallel to horizon. Yes,
How have you determined that the horizon is a straight line?
because we can see it
That's
as
just
a
begging the
straight line.
question.
Well, horizontals
begging
are
the question.
parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Oh, you
Brenda.
mean the flat Earth plane of the horizon? The flat Earth plane?
No, we're talking about the mathematical definition of horizontal, Brenda.
That's not the that's not the
Type it in.
mathematical
Type it
definition.
in. Anybody who's listening, type it in. Mathematical definition for horizontal. Horizontal mathematical definition. Horizontal definition mathematics.
Yeah, that's not the.
Just
that's
do
not
it.
the
Do
mathematical
whatever you
definition.
can. Come up with the best one. Try and find the
that's-
best
you're just-
definition
you're
for
just
horizontal
lying.
you can. Anybody
Yeah,
should be able
that's
to do
not
it
the
for
definition,
themselves,
Val.
shouldn't they, Brenda?
The
Unless you can,
Wikipedia-
unless you can point us to one that you specifically want us to look at. Or other than that, everybody's
Val?
free to look at any definition they want for horizontal.
Bev, the definition of the horizon is the
We're
dividing
talking
line.
about horizontal, Brenda.
The definition of the horizon is it's a dividing line. It doesn't say if it's straight or not. The definition doesn't say it's straight.
Yeah, the
Just-
definition of horizontal says parallel to the plane of the horizon.
That's not the definition of horizontal.
Go and look it up. Tell us which one
The
do you want to
definition
look
of-
us up?
The definition of horizontal is orthogonal to a vertical
Where's
line.
that from?
That's just math. It's
Uh-huh.
orthogonal, right?
I've got one there. Horizontal adjective.
Do you know what the word orthogonal means?
It says at right angles to the vertical, parallel to level
Right.
ground. How could it be parallel to level? Horizontal. That's weird.
Oh,
isn't
you
it?
mean the flat Earth?
Is that a flat Earth dictionary that I got that
That's
from?
what
I
you're.
wasn't aware.
No, that's what
Oh,
you
that's
just
what I-
you just claimed that the Earth is flat.
No, I was just
now.
no, I was reading it from a dictionary
You said
definition for
flat
horizontal,
Earth.
Brenda. That's what I was
Flat
doing
Earth.
there.
Horizontal.
Is that a flat? It
horizontal
must be a
meaning-
flat Earth dictionary that I got that out of. Then
Yeah, there's no such
Weird
thing
that,
as a
isn't it?
flat Earth dictionary about.
is it?
See,
No.
this is why people don't talk to you. It's because you're a liar.
Here's another one. Here's another
a liar,
definition of horizontal from another dictionary. It says parallel to the plane of the horizon, level, flat, compare vertical. Is that another one of those? Mathematics, measured or contained in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. I guess it should have put flat earth mathematics there,
where
right? That's no way that's like just mathematics, is it?
Yeah, so you don't get to just pick and choose
Go on,
definitions.
you tell us which one we should pick and choose then. Go on.
The
You tell
mathematical
us.
one.
Well, measured or contained in a plane parallel to that of the horizon.
No, the
that one.
mathematical one. The
Yeah, that's what I
mathematical.
said. Mathematics measured
No,
or contained in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. Yeah, that is the one that's labelled mathematics, Brenda. Here's Merriam-Webster definition of horizontal. Parallel to, in the plane of, or operating in a plane parallel to the horizon. Doesn't say mathematics for that one though, but it seems a bit similar.
Sure. Have you determined that the horizon is straight?
No, I think we've determined that horizontals are definitely parallel to the plane of the horizon.
If parallel.
So if horizontal is straight, then parallel to the plane of the horizon must also be straight. Must be.
Yeah, must be. Then it must be flat too. That's the conclusion.
Well, it does say flat level.
It must be flat.
Yeah.
It would
In that
necessarily be flat. It would necessarily
parallel
be flat.
to the plane of the horizon, level, flat. Yeah, it does say
there
it in that definition there. So that would agree with you, Brenda. Yeah.
Are there curved planes, Bev?
No, Brenda.
Oh, they're all flat. So if the horizon is flat, the Earth must be flat.
Well, if you say so.
No, don't you agree?
No, well, I'd say the Earth has lumps and bumps all over it, but you don't agree with that, do you?
Well, nobody is that stupid that they actually think that makes any kind of sense. Nobody's that stupid.
The Earth definitely isn't flat, and the water isn't flat.
We're not
because
talking about that.
Tides and waves. And
we're not talking
about
what
flat is like.
Yeah, we're not talking about hills and valleys, though, are we? Everybody. So this is why this is another.
This definition of level says a horizontal plane or line surface without inequalities, state of equality, standard line of direction.
Because you just
for indicating a horizontal line or plane, and then it says section of a canal from one lock to another, even, horizontal, smooth, and that's level.
Yeah, I would agree that the section of a canal from one lock to another would be level.
And horizontal, a horizontal line or plane.
No, it's level, meaning it conforms to the surface of the Earth.
No, that's level, a horizontal plane or line. Like there's no curve in that.
Conforms. Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
No, that level there says horizontal plane or line.
That's a different level.
Oh, right. So which is the curved one there then?
Words can have multiple meanings, Bob.
Mm-hmm. Not within the same meaning, though.
Right, like when you try to pretend that when we're talking about flat and level, we're talking about hills and valleys, right? That's not within the same meaning, is it?
Well, level to me is
not within the same meaning. So you were deliberately.
But no, you have to have a change of elevation, which is a change of level.
So you deliberately lied when you said
no. You asked about a mathematical definition.
So, no, you deliberately brought to you mathematical. We're talking about when Bev claims that he's talking about
Brenda, what are you doing?
When Bev claims he's talking about topology. When Bev claims he's talking about bumps and hills and valleys of the Earth. That's a deliberate lie.
What did you call that then, Brenda? You said it like 3 times. Did you say topography?
I said topology.
Oh, why did you say topology? Because you didn't actually mean topology, did you? You meant topography.
It could mean both. It could mean the same thing.
It can't mean the same thing, can it?
Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
No.
Yeah,
there's a difference, isn't there, Brenda? You're not going to try and start equivocating the two now, are you, Brenda? Or are you going to, like, yeah, I know. We've got stuck. You did mean topography, right? The actual raises of the land in elevation. And yes, that's not flat, Brenda. I don't pretend it's flat. I don't think it's flat. I know for a fact it's not flat.
Yes, but when you compare that to the horizon, that's a deliberate fabrication.
When I compare
here
what
are
to the horizon? I didn't. I never have.
hills and valleys. Yes, you do. You do it all the
No, I
time.
don't,
Every
Brenda.
people have called you on it for,
No,
for
I've
over
never.
3 years.
If we're talking about a topographic horizon, then I'll talk about a topographic horizon.
In fact, you used to be
Oh,
a
Brenda,
flat
where are you
earther, didn't
going?
you? You were a flat
I've
earther,
never been a
and
flat
then you
earther, Brenda.
decided,
Brenda.
and then you decided
Brenda,
that
I've
because
never been a flat earther.
yes, we have quotes of you saying so. Yes,
We have.
yes.
Brenda, it's not flat. Obviously not flat.
Can an object be flat and still have bumps and depressions within it?
No.
Yes, it can.
An object. Which object?
Let's take a shelf. A shelf on my wall, right? And the shelf has divots and bumps on it. Is it level?
I don't know
Is
who's
it
put it
flat?
up.
I mean, can it be flat and level?
If it's got divots and bumps on it, like you're telling me it's not flat, right?
Yeah, I
Pretty
can say
obvious.
it's flat. I can say it's flat if it has bumps and divots on it. Yes, I can. And
So
you know it. You know it.
You're a
So this is
diletheist then,
wrong.
Brenda.
No, it's not diletheism.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's just
Yes, it is. You've
context.
turn your speakers down, Brenda. How many people have you got listening?
No, it's just context.
Turn your
Beth.
speakers down. We're
Oh,
getting
so now
feedback.
it's context, Beth.
Brenda, I'm getting feedback. What's context?
Whether or not my shelf is flat.
If you're telling me it's not flat, don't say it is flat.
No, I say it is flat, even though it has bumps and divots in it. It's still flat.
No, it is not.
That's diletheism,
Yeah, it
Brenda.
is.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
If you can see these bumps and trenches or whatever, and you still say that it is flat, you are lying to yourself.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
Because when I put a level on it, the level says it's flat and
No,
horizontal.
level says it is level. Only that.
Oh, yes, that's what it's flat. If it's level, it's flat then, right?
Level itself is creates level
I'm just
plane.
kidding you. I'm just kidding you there. I'm just kidding you there. But a piece of wood that is a shelf can be straight and flat all along its length and still have bumps and divots on its surface.
So not flat. Flat and not flat.
Flat is not flat.
So no, it's different contexts.
Context, same context.
No,
we are
it's
talking about the
flat
same piece of
or
wood.
not flat, Brenda. Like it's either one or the other. You can't have it being not flat and
That's
flat.
right.
That's
Right.
ridiculous.
Right.
Because
That's
it was
right.
all blocked up, so I
Right.
put it in the shade for her. It was
Yeah,
all blocked up when I got here, so I just parked it in the shade for her.
Oh,
No, there was shit here.
I didn't understand
it's
a word
hot
you
micing
said.
again.
So the details, the small features of my shelf can have bumps and ridges and depressions, and still the large feature of my shelf can still be flat.
No, it is not flat, but you cannot see these bumps because you are too far, for example.
I can see them. I can see them.
If you can see them, it means that you are lying to yourself.
No, I'm just not talking about the small features.
It's
I'm
a
talking about,
paralogism. Let Brenda have her obvious, visible
a concept.
paralogism.
Can I talk about small features and ignore large features? Or can I talk about large features and ignore small features? Yes, I can.
It appears you can do whatever you want, Brenda. I mean, obviously. I mean, everybody already knows this sort of stuff with, as far as you're concerned.
That's
But
why
you
everybody
are
knows.
teaching people that it is blatantly out in the open now.
Right.
And
I can
it's
have
not
a
just
shelf.
you that uses these tactics. There's lots of people. It becomes under different guises. But you
I
make
can
it
have a,
obvious for everybody to see, Brenda. Thank you very much.
yeah, I can have a shelf on the wall, and that shelf can have bumps and divots in it, and yet I can still say that shelf is flat because I'm not talking about the small features. I'm talking about the large feature. People can understand this. This is why everybody has called you out
No, this
whenever
is
you
why
say this.
nobody
Even
can talk to anybody within this arena. You're all diletheists.
no, this isn't dialetheism.
Yeah, it
This is
is. It
context.
obviously is.
No, that's not. That's context. That's
This is
perfectly.
not context. This is vernacular meaning, maybe, but we are talking about geometrics and mathematics. And Bev brought to you many definitions of horizontal and plane. So mathematical plane is, so to speak, flat, ideally flat. So we are not talking about bumps.
I cannot talk about bumps and still say that the Earth could be flat.
No, because water level establishes a horizontal plane, and this plane established by water level has no has no bumps.
How did you decide that water levels establish horizontal planes?
It is doing itself
No. How did you determine that a water level establishes a horizontal plane?
because it does by itself. So
Because
it is
it does, it's
self-evident.
just begging the question.
No,
Just
it is not
because,
begging the question.
yeah, it
We-
literally is. When you say because, that's just begging the question. You're just saying it does without having checked. How did you check that water levels, the instrument, determine a horizontal plane?
Because you have two ends of water level, and between these 2 points you can establish straight line, and therefore plane.
So that's not how you determine in reality that a water level determines a horizontal plane.
This
This
one
is
here,
in
Brenda
reality.
says, definition of level, horizontal condition, number 3, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. It says water seeks its own level, and that calls
doesn't say
it
that.
it does. It says a horizontal condition. Everybody can see it. Number 3 in the one I've just posted.
Yes, I can see that. It says equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Yeah.
Well, even altitude on the surface of the globe, right, is curved.
Yeah, but this says a horizontal condition. Like there's
Yeah.
no curve in a horizontal condition, is there?
It's defining a horizontal condition
Yeah.
is defined as an equilibrium of a fluid
Yep.
that's following the surface.
No,
at an
marked by
equal
a
altitude.
horizontal surface of even altitude.
Yes, that on a globe that would be curved.
No, it's a horizontal. Like as in all elevation profiles have parallel
you can't
horizontals.
you can't have the
and
word you're
as known
defining
in
in the
mathematics.
you can't have the word you're defining in the definition. Horizontal condition is defined as a fluid at equilibrium on the surface at even altitude. That
Yeah, but
means
that's
on a
horizontal.
globe.
Everybody knows what horizontal is, though, Brenda, right?
Yeah, that means yes, that means it follows the curvature of the earth.
No. Horizontals don't curve.
Yes, horizontal is straight
They
line.
they do in this definition.
What?
It's defined that way.
It's a horizontal condition.
Yes,
No,
it's defined.
Well, a
as-
horizontal condition doesn't
No,
curve,
it is
Brenda.
It's
condition.
defined that way. It's
Wow.
defined as
Brenda, condition,
some model
horizontal
affliction.
condition means that this is the antecedent.
isn't that a definition?
Horizontal antecedent. The cause why this
There's
tool
no
is
such thing
doing
as
because it meets horizontal requirements.
No, this is a definition. It's a definition Horizontal condition is defined as a fluid at equilibrium on a horizontal surface of even altitude. That means on a globe, it would be curved.
Horizontals don't curve, Brenda. You're
It
just
literally
adding
says
more
it does.
ridicule to your globe model.
It literally says it does.
This is
right
what.
there.
Yeah, this is why you can't have horizontal planes on the globe.
It's literally defined as a
You're
horizontal
literally.
condition.
Yeah, but you're literally, you've reached aporia right now, and you're struggling now. You have a conflict between horizontal planes and your globe. And
This
at the
doesn't
minute,
say-
Brenda, it's getting embarrassing because you're attempting to bend horizontal planes.
That's how it's defined.
No, you should
It's
never
defined-
never go.
It's
full
defined as being
horizontal.
marked on the
Don't do it.
horizontal surface of even altitude, which on a globe would be curved. That's definition.
It's not a sphere shaped.
On a
It-
globe, it's curved because
Well,
at
Cannot
even-
be. It cannot be because in entry one, a device for establishing a horizontal line or plane. So you
You might be
suggest
right
that
that on a globe, right, it is curved, but that obviously means that it's not in reality. The globe doesn't exist in reality, right?
That doesn't follow. That
Yeah, it
doesn't
does.
follow
It follows.
logically.
Yeah, of course it does.
No, it
Because
doesn't
horizontal
follow
planes
logically.
definitely exist in reality.
Definitions are true by definition. That's what it means. So horizontal condition simply means a fluid at equilibrium following the horizontal surface of even altitude.
yes, but you have entry one, and in entry one is a horizontal plane. So
Well, we're not talking about entry one.
if you understand this as curved, it means that entry three contradicts entry one.
Yes.
So
you-
so only way to have it in agreement, all entries, is to assume that this horizontal condition has to be straight
you
line.
don't have to have all the definitions in an entry in a dictionary have to be logically consistent. They can mean different things. That's
Yeah.
true.
A dilithium. Can you imagine the dilithiast's dictionary? That'd
That's
be
how
brilliant, Brenda.
words-
Let's do it.
That's how words and language work because the definitions of words can be contradictory.
Not
You can have
around here,
No, they
Brenda.
cannot.
Yes,
No.
they can.
No.
Yes, they
No, you
can.
can't.
What
You
does
get into
inflammable?
terrible trouble if you started having on meaning off, and off
What
could
does-
possibly mean on. Like, so you
Yeah.
never know. Do you mean left or do you mean right? Well, they can both contradict each other. Like, who cares?
Yeah, they could. They could.
They
On
can't,
and off-
Brenda.
on and
Stop
off-
being
on and off could.
ridiculous.
On and off could contradict each other. Off could mean the state of a switch, or it could be I am off to visit the dentist, or I jumped off of the ledge. Those are all contradictory, but they all are proper uses of off. You fucking moron.
I think we might have
Wow.
a different definition
Dilithiism
of
all the way.
contradiction here,
Angry
Brenda.
dialetist.
Right?
An
Can-
angry dilithiist. Yeah.
Well, off can mean the state of a switch. It could mean I'm off to visit the dentist, or I jumped off of the ledge.
That's
Those are all
different.
contradictory.
That's different definitions, not
Yes,
contradictory definitions. You
there
muppet.
are contradictory, and
How
you can have.
you
You're
have
admitting.
a contradictory definition? Give us an example of a
just
contradictory
gave you
definition.
examples.
No, you gave
I
us a
just
definition,
gave you.
a different definitional answer, not
So
a
you agree-
contradictory definition, Brenda.
They are consistent with each other, and please give us a example of contradictory definition.
I just did. So you agree that definitions can be different and inconsistent with each other. You
No, I didn't say inconsistent.
Yes, that's what you're arguing
different,
right
but
now.
the same meaning. The same meaning.
That's what you're arguing right now. Is that
No,
this is
you
different,
can have.
different words, and maybe
Yeah,
even
they're not
different
different words.
description. It
It's
can
the
be
same
different.
word. It's the
different-
same word. It's
Why
off.
you are over shouting? Different
you're-
descriptions of the same thing. It means that it has to be consistent.
They're different usages of the same word.
Yes, but not contradictory at all.
Well, they are absolutely inconsistent with each other. Absolutely. Off meaning the state of a switch. I turned the lights off. Off meaning I'm off to visit the doctor. Off meaning I jumped off a ledge. Those are all different usages, right?
So tell me, please, when in entry 1 is contradicting entry 3 in this
There's just
definition.
a different it's just a different usage.
Okay, but please
you go
show
then.
us the contradiction there.
There you go. It's a different usage. Thank you for agreeing with me. It's a different usage. When we talk about a horizontal condition of water, we mean that it's at equilibrium at an even altitude, which around us, the surface of the globe means it curves.
It doesn't say that about
does.
Earth at all. But in entry 1 we have a horizontal plane. It means that to be consistent with
that's
entry
a different
3
usage. That's a different usage.
Yes, but not contradictory. It means that this horizontal surface has to be plane also.
So I get to say what usage I am referring to. I am not referring to 1. I'm referring to 3.
Okay, I can refer to both.
No, you can't, because they're different situations.
The same
right?
situation.
So when we say water seeks its own level, what we mean by level in that case is that it conforms to the curvature of the earth. It's at equilibrium, right? At even altitude.
This is your over interpretation, because
no, it's not.
Yes, because between two ends of water level we can establish straight line, not curved line.
If you get multiple level risers, if you have multiple, do they describe a straight line?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
Ask Bev.
He didn't. That's what I Can Science That pressed Bev on, and Bev wouldn't respond to, right?
You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane.
You never determined that the multiple risers in a level, you've never determined that the multiple risers in a level
a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, though. So by I Can Science That's logic, you cannot have a globe.
That's just begging the question. That's just begging the question again.
Is that a tautology?
No, it's begging the question. It's not.
No, it was I Can Science That says you cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. And a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, or some people call that a horizontal condition.
But you never determined that that's what water levels do.
Yeah, it's defined that way, and yes, we did a test to prove that no part of a straight line can lie within a plane and another part without it. Yeah. Do you know the realizing Euclid test that we did?
You still haven't.
I know it's not really worth talking to you about it.
You still haven't determined. You still haven't determined that a water level with multiple risers defines a plane.
Yeah, we did. Within our test, yes, it did.
No, you never did that.
Yeah, we did. We'll take it to a university then, right? How about that, Brenda?
Do you
think we should take it to a university to see whether they would say that it works geometrically?
I think you should take it to an elementary school, because that's about your level.
Well, I can take it to any school teacher, right?
I think
it's simple enough for everybody to understand, right? This is the basics of Euclidean geometry. I mean, it's meant to be accessible to all.
Children could do your experiment better than you can, Bev. Children,
of course they could. So you are done at any scale.
So Brenda, you are claiming that with 3 rises, you will have a hump in the middle. Yes.
They will be curved.
It means that if you establish horizontal or whatever plane between 2 ends, it has to be a hump in the middle.
The middle riser will be higher than the two ends.
Yeah, it would, but it is not.
You haven't determined that. You've never done that experiment.
It's not.
What
an
you're saying,
experiment.
Brenda, is that
You've
the
never
one in
done
the
the
middle
experiment.
would go up. So horizontal would always be ramping up.
No, it's not up.
You just said that the middle one would be higher.
Yes.
So it would be ramping up.
No, but they
from
would
everywhere
all
you're
be at
looking at it.
they would all be at the same altitude or elevation.
You're saying that it would be higher in the middle.
Yes. Yes.
Therefore, every time you're looking at another end of your horizontal, it would be up from where
No,
you're
it's
at.
not. It would not be up. It would be
Higher.
level.
Higher
no,
means higher.
no, it
Higher
would
is
not
up.
be. It would mean
Higher
that
is up. So it wouldn't be. I
no,
agree
it
with
isn't.
you. It wouldn't
Higher
be.
is not up. Higher is not
I-
necessarily up.
Oh, okay. So it would be higher every time you look at it.
Well, put it this way: horizontal has no slope, even within mathematics, right, Brenda? You'd be okay with that? No slope.
Sure.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be higher.
Yeah, it would be.
So
But-
you're saying that a horizontal that wouldn't have any slope would be
No,
higher.
There would be a slope. There would be a slope.
So now you're saying that it would have a slope.
The
Horizontal
entire
lines
curve,
don't slope, Brenda.
the entire curve would have a slope.
What curve? You're saying that it would be higher. The 2 points. We're talking about 2 points in a
No,
water level.
we're not talking about 2 points. We're talking about 3
Yeah,
points.
we're talking about 3 points, but the 2 points are 1 point to the middle point, right?
So you're
From where
not
you're at to the
understanding.
middle.
What you're not understanding is that
From where you're at to the middle, it would be higher, right?
what you're not understanding is
What am I not understanding?
is gravity, right?
Explain to me how that has anything to do with you saying that the middle would be higher.
It means what gravity means is that the
It's
middle
got
one.
nothing to do with horizontal and vertical, Brenda.
It means that the middle
This
middle
is trying to
riser.
change the subject.
Yeah.
It means that the middle riser would be at equilibrium and the same altitude as the other two ends. Nevertheless, when you cited,
I think that you know that you already messed up and you're trying to
So you have-
backpedal and change the subject.
so you have three risers, A, B, and C. If you cite along from A to C, B will be higher, but they will all be at the same level because they are all at equilibrium. They're all the same elevation from the mean geometry of the Earth because of gravity.
So would it slope up then? From where you're at, the middle one?
There would be a curve, yes.
So it would slope up?
Yeah.
But you just said that horizontal doesn't slope.
Horizontal at B would be higher than the horizontal at A or C.
So
But
we
they
But
have
don't
B
two
slope,
would be the
horizontals.
second point.
Huh?
So we have two different horizontals.
Mhm.
One between one end and middle, and the second so-called horizontal between middle and the second end.
So
So
the A
two-
and C would form a horizontal line that would there would be two horizontals there. They'd be two different lines. They would be the same horizontal. Well, actually, it wouldn't be horizontal.
So we have three horizontals between two ends, one horizontal, the greatest horizontal, and separately between
there-
one end and middle and second end. So we have three different horizontals making triangle.
It's got here in this mathematics thing, though, it says types of straight lines, and it's got horizontal and vertical as though they're straight lines, Brenda. I mean, where does this curved horizontal come from?
So the by the it by
It's
it would
not
be
curved, is it?
yeah, it would be. So
What,
let's say you have-
can't, Brenda, you can't have a horizontal that curves. It's not
No.
mathematically possible.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that the horizontal curves.
Good. It seemed like you were. But
Oh, I'm saying that the
you
line
well
formed.
corrected it. Yeah.
I'm
okay.
saying that the line formed.
Yeah, when you
by
said
the
that it
risers
curves, it sounded like you said horizontal curves.
Mhm.
I'm saying that the
Yeah.
line formed by the risers is a curve.
Yeah, the
The
horizontal.
line, the
The-
horizontal?
Yeah, the tool that establishes a horizontal.
Let's say we have 100 risers, and in between A, B, and C, right?
Is this why blue
We're
won't
just not
come
going
around?
to name them. We're not going to name them. If we sight along them, we would see a curve.
But no, they would be all on the same horizontal plane, wouldn't they?
Well, that's your claim. You've never proven that.
Proven that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's just begging the question.
No,
about
that's a
question.
definite claim I'm making, Brenda. A level
so
is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, that's
And
just
more specifically, Brenda, a water level is the most primitive form of that tool. And
That's just a claim.
it definitely establishes a horizontal plane of
Yeah,
reference.
that's
Yes.
just your claim.
Yes, it is. It
you have to
is.
show
And
it.
I would be willing to have a debate with somebody about that very claim. Right? Would you have
I
a
don't think-
counterclaim, Brenda?
Right, that if you have multiple risers all at equilibrium, right, with gravity, they will form a curve.
Right. Is that an argument from the globe that you are willing to
Not an
stand
argument.
by within a debate scenario, Brenda?
That's not an argument, that's a hypothesis. Just like your claim that the level is an instrument is also a hypothesis. That's your hypothesis.
Okay.
You have an unproven hypothesis that you go back to over and over again to try to prove your claims, and that's fallacious.
So you would be willing to go into a debate scenario and you would defend your claim and I would defend my claim of a water level being a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
No,
would
you'd
that be
be
fine
you
with
would
you?
need to,
Would that be fine, Brenda? Would you be
no,
willing
that
to
would-
back that?
no,
No.
no, because
I didn't think so.
because you have to prove your hypothesis. Your hypothesis.
You have to prove your hypothesis too, as
Yeah,
well.
you
Surely
do-
that
you
would
would
be
do-
within the debate scenario. That's would be the idea of the debate. How well
but-
each of us could present our cases for
Yeah.
within the debate scenario, right?
So do you want to debate on MC Tune? Modern day debates somewhere else? Where would you like to debate?
Is that? I mean, that is that. Forget about the scenario or where the debate or the venue. Let's talk about what the debate would be first.
The debate would be over whether or not water level conforms to the curvature of the earth or whether it forms a horizontal line.
Okay. A horizontal plane of reference. I'd be
Well,
willing to
Bev,
defend.
it can't form a plane because you only have points. You
But
need
you said multiple points.
Yeah, but if they're all collinear, they would only show a line, Bev. You know that.
Yeah, but
Collinear points-
if there
collinear
are
points-
3 points, Brenda, they would definitely form a plane, wouldn't they?
No,
Yes,
they wouldn't.
3 coplanar
yes.
points.
No, Bev.
3
You can have.
coplanar points.
Can
And
you
it
have
would be a
3 points?
horizontal plane if the tool establishes a horizontal plane. Those 3 points would necessarily be on a horizontal plane.
Can you have 3 points on a straight line, Bev?
Yeah, you can have as many points as you want
Yeah.
on a straight line, can't you? Because a point is that of which
Yeah.
has no parts. Doesn't exist.
Is a line a plane?
A line's a line, Brenda.
Right. So you can have
Some
3
sort of
points in a
semantic
line.
argument are you trying to get away with now?
So you can have that's called logic. So you can't have so you can have 3 points which are not necessarily forming on a plane. They're in a straight line,
Mm-hmm.
right?
How would you know
Right,
they're
Deb?
how would you know that they're in a straight line?
Well, that's your claim is that
No,
you
no,
have
no.
3
It's your
collinear
claim
points.
that you can't have you can have them in a straight line. I would say, how would you know they're in a straight line? Because you would definitely know that they would be on the plane because that's the tool. The tool establishes a horizontal plane.
You haven't. That's your claim, Bev. That's what you'd have to show.
What, that they were on the same plane? Okay, I mean that's a good point.
No,
what
not
would
that they're on
you
the same
have
plane.
to show, Brenda? Because it is
that-
a debate, right? There is an other side. That other side is your side. What would you be willing to show?
Well, the
Or
problem
would
here
you
is I
just have
can't.
an argument of negativity?
So the problem here is I can't get you to agree to a definite claim. You will
I
refuse.
make a definite claim that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, and it is the most
Yes.
primitive and easiest tool to use.
Do 3 points necessarily define a plane?
3 coplanar points.
No, do 3
Yes.
points not don't change it, you lying fuck. Do 3 points on a line define a plane? You liar.
3 points on a line, a one-dimensional mathematical line. Are you talking about?
Do they define a plane?
Yeah,
liar.
in reality, Brenda, yes. 3 points.
No, they don't,
are
liar.
coplanar.
No, they don't. 3 points that are collinear do not define a plane. You liar.
Are you saying that you can't have a straight line on a plane?
I
No,
think so. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's what Brenda's saying.
you can have a
that's what
straight
it
line
sounded
on a
like.
plane. What
Oh,
you
good.
can't
I
do.
just want to see what it is exactly
Right.
that you're arguing. Because it seems
I've
like
really
you're confused.
exposed that Bev here is just sitting here lying. You can't have 3 points. Do not necessarily define a plane, do they, Bev?
In reality, yeah, if you're using a water
No.
level, yeah.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
If they're collinear, they don't.
Well, that line would be lying on a horizontal plane, wouldn't it? If
That's
you were
your-
using a water level.
There would be an infinite number of planes that could pass through any arbitrary line, couldn't there be?
No, if it was horizontal,
it
now it
doesn't-
would just be a one
So it
horizontal
doesn't
plane.
define a plane, does it? Since
yeah,
there
a
are
water
infinite
level
number-
establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Yeah,
No,
would
it
be
doesn't, Bev.
One
It
and
doesn't.
only one horizontal plane.
No, it doesn't. If
Yeah.
if the 3 points are collinear, it simply defines a straight line. It does not define a plane,
Well,
right?
it
Right?
would be. It would define a plane to me. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Well, to me,
how
it
do you?
would.
Yeah, that's not rational. They
It's a
don't.
is
horizontal
rational
plane. I don't
because-
know
You're
whether
a
you know what
liar.
a horizontal
You're a
plane is,
liar,
Brenda.
Bev.
No,
You're a
because-
lying piece of shit.
Wow,
He's
You're
Brenda.
a liar.
Don't get triggered, Brenda. It's all right.
You're lying.
He's
Bev.
Calm
not
down,
allowed.
You're
Brenda.
lying.
Calm
Wait,
down.
Brenda, you
Calm down, love.
You're lying. You're a liar. You're a liar.
Wait, Brenda,
Go and
you
put the
forgot
kettle
what.
on.
If you have 3 points in a line, they do not define a plane. Liar.
But
just garbage.
we have
You're just
but
garbage.
horizontal
You're garbage.
horizontal even
You can
lines.
have straight lines.
Horizontal line
Just
is
garbage. You're
parallel
garbage.
to plane of horizon, and you
Do 3
have
points.
you can have plane parallel
paper.
to
Paper.
horizon plane.
Paper.
Can you have horizontal plane parallel to plane of horizon?
No.
No. Why no?
No. Because the horizon isn't straight.
Brenda,
Oh.
just so that we're clear, a plane does not define a line. Okay,
Do 3 points define a plane?
3 points not lying on the same straight line is what defines a plane.
Do 3 points lying on a straight line define a plane?
No,
Like I
of course
said,
no.
a plane does not define a line.
Do 3 points not laying laying
A
on a
plane
straight
does
line?
not define
Right.
a line.
Mobius. Do 3 points
Brenda,
who are on
no.
a straight line? Do they define a plane?
A line does not define a plane.
Correct. So 3 points on a line do not define a plane, right?
And a plane does not define a line.
Correct.
So what's your point?
That 3 points that are collinear do not define a plane, do they?
Collinear? That's a line.
Yes. You don't know what the fuck I'm saying?
I don't
Points
think you
No,
do.
You don't know what the fucking word collinear means?
2
I
points
do.
are
I
always
don't think that you know
collinear.
what you're saying.
I know what because I took elementary school. Collinear means that the 3 points are in a straight line within a straight line.
I think you need to
And a
like
straight
maybe
line
take a deep
doesn't
breath,
define a plane.
maybe count to 10, do some sort of like anger management technique, whatever you desire.
So,
But I think
right,
you're
because
triggered.
I'm sick and
You're
tired
getting
Come
of
on,
a little
Brenda.
high.
Deep breath. Deep breath. That's the one. Calm
I'm sick
down.
and
Come on.
tired of lying
Come
garbage.
on,
You're just
Brenda.
lying
Oh my goodness.
garbage.
Come on,
You're lying garbage.
Brenda. This is
So what are you
showing.
saying? What are you saying? What about a horizontal line? Oh, Brenda's gone. Okay, bye.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way. You did tell her to go and calm down, right? That's the best way Brenda can do. Got the
I mean-
warning signs with her.
It started getting a little crazy at that. Maybe
Yeah.
a deep breath, a pause, like an adult would do. I don't know.
That's serious model affliction, right? Anybody listening? Brenda was basically saying that a horizontal's curve on was off and there could be contradictions. But then somebody must have said something because it got turned around. Oh, did I say curved? No, I didn't actually mean. Yes, you did. That was terrible. That's shocking.
Well,
And to know that
when Brenda
that's
said that-
the best.
When Brenda said that the horizontal curves, I thought that's what Brenda was saying, that
Yeah.
horizontal curves. And then when
Yeah.
you said, so you're saying horizontal curves, and then Brenda says, no. Wait a minute. You just said that.
Yeah, you did just say that horizontal curves. No, I didn't. That's them.
You're
That's
saying
what we're dealing
horizontal
with, right?
curves. And then, wow, it's crazy. Yeah. I guess that's how the triggering.
Well, that
happens.
happens in every conversation that you've ever had in this arena. Whether you notice it or not, whether they manage to give you a diversion, whether they manage to jump somebody else into the conversation to save each other. That's exactly what happens. They say some stupid shit because the model forces them into it. Then they realise they've contradicted themselves. And they either turn back on it or get somebody else to do it. And then they'll just forget that it ever happened.
I was curious. I was going to ask what the lie was that Brenda was saying that there was a lie, and I wasn't clear as to what Brenda was saying the lie was. But I guess
Got here.
we'll have to wait till
Somebody
next
in the chat says, pretending not to understand, patronising, slippery, slimy, lying Bev, scared to commit to simple answers for of being trapped in his own dishonesty, exactly the same as Oakley. Earthy's globe. Signing off.
And by the way, if in Brenda's model, these three rises with hump in the middle, it means that you can establish, because these points are not collinear, therefore you can establish not horizontal but vertical plane
Yeah.
only.
Yeah, that's what Jesse Kozlowski said he did. That's what initially started all of this stuff with blue marble science and the hump of Lake Rakia. All because Huymar came round and brought out Jesse Kozlowski and Walter Bislin and the hump model. It goes round in circles, round and round and round. The hump model leads to us pointing out LIGO. LIGO leads to them showing us ridiculous elevation profiles. We start talking about horizontals being parallel. And boom, we're back to bending horizontals again. Circle, round and round and round. And we're just talking about level being horizontal. It never stops with a certain group of people. But now we've got the horizontal paradox, which Brenda obviously showed tonight. pretended there was nothing there, pretended there wasn't a paradox, and then a little bit later on, it kicked in. Horizontals curve. Ooh, horizontals can't curve. Let the triggering commence. Brenda started calling people liars when it hit.
In this hump model, so to speak, we have only 3 different horizontal lines. One is sagitta, and these 2 are just not on the same plane of horizon. So we have triangle and vertical plane, and of course it means that this conditional statement at the beginning, if horizontal planes exist, there is no globe. It means I think this is what Brenda is making Brenda angry.
But it is it's Icon Science that did it.
Yes.
He's the one that brought this around. I mean, we have got Modus Tollens, a better one, lined up, just to, you know, but I mean, it's on the back of Icon Science that we're going to be releasing the Modus Tollens. But I mean, I'm guessing there's another one wrapped up in this horizontal paradox. It's a similar sort of thing, isn't it? Just, I mean, you can do loads of them once you start with logic and start realizing that it's just an if-then conditional statement. You want to start off, make sure your if is correct. It's not as easy as it sounds. But yeah, if something, and then something that is a necessary consequence of that conditional statement. If something here, then something else will happen. I mean, most people do it daily. If I put the tea bag in before I put the kettle of water, then I can get more brew out of it. You know, all of these things work. If I cut the piece of wood at this length, then it'll fit.
Yes, you can rephrase this modus tollens. For example, if horizontal planes don't exist, then the globe model is possible. It doesn't mean that it is necessary consequence of that, because it may exist or may not exist still. You don't know, but you can claim that it may exist. But you can create modus tollens by pointing out that these planes really exist. So it disproves globe entirely.
Yeah, the proof is there, obviously, for horizontal planes. There wouldn't be a word for it. I mean, everybody knows that word. If it didn't exist, why would they have the word? All you've got to realize now is that there is a bit of very easy geometry and logic that disprove a model. I mean, it's obvious. Everybody knows it's already there. Should be able to see it right in front of their eyes. But people want to hang on to this model. I don't want to rip it from anybody. I don't want to upset anybody. Surely people should be able to have a conversation about this. It's only a model. It doesn't change reality. Reality stays exactly the same.
Surely the ballers can do better than Brenda. Come on.
But still, Brenda didn't answer the question about this debate. Best topic for debate.
Don't think that they can have an argument. There isn't one. I think we've hit upon it at the beginning of the year, right? We started off doing logic. Logic led us to proof. At the beginning of the year, SE went over to find out. And honestly, that was one of the eye-opening moments, right, SE? When we went in, you went over there and realized that they don't have a proof. They don't know what it is. It was just gone. Can't have a proof. And at that moment, you realize, well, if they don't have proof, there's no logic to help them out. There's no logic they can formulate.
They have belief.
Yeah.
That's all they have.
Yeah.
And acceptance. How does Buster say it? Accepted truth?
What this last bit has showed me over the last few days, weeks, whatever, is that we already knew geometrically they fall into the trap of being 2D earthers, right? First off, they want to dismiss topography, and then they want to make curved horizontals like Brenda did, right? So they can imagine a 2D model.
Two major flaws, yep.
So that's step one. But then you become to realize that they're actually atheists hiding behind a religion of globe, right? They know there's no proof. All they have is faith. And how much faith do they have? They'll literally tell you don't know what you're talking about, even though you've just done that as a job. You've literally just done it. And they'll tell you don't know. They have that much faith in their model that I would say they're highly religious.
Very good parallel there. Yep.
Right. So not only are they 2D earthers, but they're the most religious group I know, me personally. The real flat earthers are the most religious.
That is the truth. You'll find a couple of flat earthers that are, they tie their religion and they preach, and very few though. But the ballers, they're zealots, like fervor. It's unbelievable.
And we found out tonight with Brenda, I mean, you can try this with any glober whatsoever. It doesn't really matter, any of them. Name their best argument, and they won't be able to have one. They literally won't have an argument for the globe. Maybe they're listening now. Hopefully their team of logicians are formulating their best arguments. We'll be going over a few of them tomorrow in our discussion on logic. But yeah, that's what it's all about. It's arguments and discussions. An argument isn't a shouting match. It's a formulation of statements within a logical framework. To remember about the horizontal paradox as well. That's led to some wonderful moments tonight. And I think I did get to explain it a few times. So what do you reckon? Anybody got any final words? It's getting a bit hot here.
I would say that globers desperately need contradictory definitions to defend their model, which Brenda is a perfect example tonight.
The Dilithiist's response, the Dilithiist dictionary. It's genius.
Yes. special dictionary for dilithists to conform
Yeah.
their cognitive pain.
And the best globe argument is a very, very short book at the minute. We might be able to write the foreword in it, something, but don't know. Let's hopefully the Globe can come up with a good argument, because then I would be willing. I'm like you, Paper, right? If we could find somebody to be willing to have a debate, but in order to make the debate a debate, it would need to start off with some subject, and I would hope it would be a fair debate. We'd have to find something. Did we start this off at the beginning of the day? What could we possibly debate that would be a fair debate?
Would say it may be everything, gravity or whatever, but I think that first thing to establish is to define terms, because as we can see, it always starts and ends with a definition. So opponents in discussion or in debate has to agree on some level of definitions, because if there is different definitions for each side, there is no debate. It is sophistry from one side, because opponents are talking on two different frequencies, because if they understand define term in different way, it means there is no debate, just two frequencies not overlapping at all. So first thing is to establish dictionary, or one dictionary definition, and go on with one definition of term, or terms, many terms. So it has to be a pre-debate, not in debate, because it is already too late. It has to be established before debate. Definitions of words.
Trying to understand terms with the. We used to say at the beginning, I said, because I knew nothing about debates, and I'd seen how awkward the conversations are, and my idea was to try and come to a point where you can both agree, right? That's always a good starting point for any sort of conversation. Let's start somewhere where we can at least agree and build forwards from there. And I never found anywhere that I could agree with them, because as soon as you agree with a straight line, then you're agreeing to a plane. Then that plane could be in the horizontal position, and then if you're a glober, you're in cog dis already at the point of the horizontal plane. And if you're not in there at the beginning, at some point you will realize that you can't do it, like Brenda. And I don't know where you could start, because that's where proofs lie, within that formulation at that basic point. That's the starting point where you start off at. I don't think I can't see any sort of within this scenario and this framework.
It is very hard, because if we haven't got the same definition for same things, it means that this debate will turn into two separate monologues. So it would be no discussion, two separated monologues.
I was serious about taking it to schools and universities, though. It's a very definite thought exercise at the very least. How do you deal with it? Me, I'd have to resolve it. You can't have paradoxes in reality that don't exist. One or the other. I choose what's provable. And it doesn't
Yes,
affect
this
me
is
at all.
science. Science is based on proofs. So if you cannot have proof for something, you haven't got science behind you.
Not new science.
No. I am yes, I know. But
I'm a traditionalist like you. I like the old school
normal
stuff.
science.
Yeah.
It means knowledge, and science this science means certain knowledge, not just belief or even moral certitude, as it is called, but really a certain knowledge. It means that you have on your back you have proof, syllogism, to prove something.
We'll get into that tomorrow. Do logic. Yes. Good lead up. Yeah, I'm gonna end this tonight, and we're gonna end with Buster and Model Affliction again. Thanks for watching, staying, listening, sticking with us, even though we did have Brenda. Hopefully we explained the horizontal paradox. I'm gonna have to put it into a short video. I'm just still trying to work out the best way of doing so. Don't forget about the website on the level.live. Come and join in the discussion on the Level Discord, and join us tomorrow. We will be back. I'll sort you around, Rob. Wait a minute. Oh, you've gone. You're not there, Rob. Where have you gone? Okay. Thanks a lot. Join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock, Logic Night. We've got some globe logic. The globe logicians have been at work, so a little bit of working over that tomorrow. Thank you very much. See you later.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster.